Hello, everybody, and welcome to the OSAS Season 5 Finale, Day 1. I am Lego Mage, here with Frying Pan Man, and we have got some great matches set up for you guys tonight.
That is very true. I'm really excited to see how these teams fight against each other, making their way. Only a few of them are going to be making it to the bracket that we'll be seeing later, but then finishing up on day 2. But all in all, yeah, some great matches coming up for everyone, so very excited.
Yeah, and to start us off as well, we're going to be having Chikara Money to the Week 3 qualifiers against the legendary IME Enjoyers. So going to be a pretty solid match to start us off tonight. Got the players in here. They're picking maps. It looks like it's going to be an at-lab game. Tried and true classic map there to get us going. But I am excited for this one. Both these teams, really all of these teams in both pools have proven to be pretty solid this time around. So definitely curious to see how this goes. But this is going to be their first match, so loading in right now. I'll take a look at what we got.
Additionally, both of these teams are very high seeded, Seed 4 and Seed 3 respectively, for Car Money and IME Enjoyers. So out of what you were saying with the pools of really great players this time around, we'll be seeing some of the best starting off with the first match.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be an IME ban coming out from the side of Chikara Money, a Zen ban there for IME's Enjoyers. Looks like against Uwu Princess has that Zentaro, but it's going to be ZZ What picking up the Kazan. It is a heavy impact spec training start to note, so this is a very strong start for Kazan. Drew Shaver picking up that Finny. This could be potentially a high damage team coming out of Chikara Money right here, as Athey also hovering the Juno, capable of dealing a lot of just passive damage. Looks like we've got a Kazan and a Mako over on the other side as well. As, yeah, both these teams, this could be a very high KO match coming out here, and a Juno as well. So a lot of potential for damage to come out here. I'm definitely interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, especially going to be able to rely on that very persistent Kazan damage. And on top of that, going into Atlab here, we've got the middle black hole that's going to be adding even more chaos to the mix. So I agree with you. Bodies are going to be flying, to say the least.
All right, yeah, and starting off this kickoff, the Kazan's going to fight each other. ZZ What looks like they're going to win that kickoff there. Earn both barriers for it as well as we start this off. But IME Enjoyer is able to fire right back, getting one barrier. Overgrown Lemon looking to get another one. We'll get it through Drew Shaver right there. And now continuing the push, trying to get it through this open goal. The Finny going to come out from Drew Shaver to try and keep it held down. Blade Blossom in the midfield. Athey will get it past them as ZZ What with the hook into the strike. Will be able to get it just above Sawyer's head as it's Chikara Money that get on the board first. And ZZ What hitting that level 2 Kazan. Actually, both the Kazans now level 2. So now is when the game can really start.
Yeah, one thing we didn't even mention, the Awakening picks are incredibly strong for these comps that both teams are running, as there's heavy impact and spec training on the board, so that just adds even more to, well, as you can see, people are going down, to say the least.
Yeah, massive cage coming out from Sawyer right there. Make it a 2v2 for a little while. Both the Kazans have that spec training. Everyone else just has the heavy impacts. And, I mean, it's going to show. Drew Shaver losing both the barriers. Does have the core flip. Going to have to burn it here. Gets it past Overgrown Lemon, but the slime from Bloody Blossom is going to be a little bit scary. Luckily, they're able to get it over to Athey for now, but Sawyer going to send it right back in. Overgrown Lemon and Bloody Blossom looking to make this push. ZZ What able to strike for it and get it back over to IME Enjoyer's goal box with the open primary. Will be able to bring down the second barrier. He also has a core flip up if he can get the core back in this bottom corner. Goes for the hook, doesn't quite reach it, saves the core flip, gets a pass, still saving the core flip here. Drew Shaver on the defensive cage and come out, not going to do much, but Bloody Blossom walking up, looking for this strike where Athey wandering around the corner, might be some connection issues, but core flip from ZZ What in overtime. Sawyer able to save that one and send it around. Drew Shaver now trying to get back into this midfield. ZZ What is very staggered, hanging out at IME Enjoyer's goal box, and Overgrown Lemon with the KO, making it a 2v3 core flip from Sawyer to send it across. Drew Shaver able to block that, but Athey unfortunately looks to be having some lag right now, as a pass to the slime will put IME Enjoyers onto the board.
Yeah, really unfortunate DC here. Hopefully Athey comes back pretty quickly. It looks like, yep, Juno's back already. But power plays are going to be really the name of the game here. We're already seeing so many people are just being taken out, and it's going to matter both in the sense of what you can do when you have the advantage, but also when you're at that disadvantage, having to play with 2 against 3. What can you really do to just make it go there? We've been seeing a lot of great plays from Drew Shaver so far to make it through, but it's going to be hard. We can already see the damage is still coming out, and the plays are continuing as Overgrown Lemon gets a nice flip there and avoids death for just a moment to grab that second goal.
Yeah, looking like a solid start here for IME Enjoyers, and of course, this first draft always very, very hotly contested, and especially when you have 2 Kazans like this who are already starting with spec training. And ZZ What just walking up into IME Enjoyer's goal box. Both barriers fall, and a primary seals the deal to put Chikara Money on to set points. So that was kind of interesting. But yeah, when both Kazans are fighting over something like Twin Drive, or prime time like this, it could whoever gets this next point could really determine the outcome of this game.
Exactly. Continuing on though, ZZ What getting some great core control here to keep it up. But both teams are really just getting it back and forth. I think the big play here is going to be who ends up finally dying first. Although currently, yep, both barriers are down now, which means that it's anyone's game here. Overgrown, though, getting a great chance to play, but Drew Shaver is going to be keeping it out for quite a while, getting it back to ZZ What, who now also has to contend. It's a game of Kazans here so far, and both Kazans are just trying to find those openings to really get it through. And in this case, ZZ What is going to be the one to finally take it, getting into 3-2 here in a very close set.
Yeah, Chikara Money able to bring it back and take set 1. Drew Shaver, the MVP. Let's see what's on the board. There is that prime time. There is Prize Fighter, Twin Drive, built different. Quick Strikes is here as well. We have the Spark of Power. This could be an interesting draft here. Looks like Drew Shaver potentially waiting for a second. The Twin Drive will fall over to Overgrown Lemon. ZZ What going to go for the prime time here instead. Cast Last getting picked up by Drew Shaver. And the Spark of Strength going over to the Mako. A Spark of Leadership pickup could be very, very strong over on IME Enjoyers comp. Quick Strikes on the Juno as well is pretty big. And built different getting picked up by Athey for a little bit more size there. But yeah, overall, IME Enjoyers getting that Spark, the Quick Strikes, and the Twin Drive. They kind of won that draft. I think there is a prime time over on the side of ZZ What, but we'll see how they're able to use it going into this round. It is both barriers down for Chikara Money, and we'll see if ZZ What's able to secure a second barrier here.
Yeah, you were really right on the money, though, with the Awakenings. Primetime and Twin Drive just really sealing the deal all in all, keeping the Kazans really strong in the game here. Although, Bloody Blossom's got to watch out. That damage is really stacking on, but it doesn't matter here. Drew Shaver, unfortunately, going to lose out to that Kazan core control.
Yeah, these Kazans are kind of making it a different game than we normally see. Like, these barriers, every single round, both teams have been losing their barriers very, very quickly. Like, the pressure just comes on, and when you have, like, Finny or Mako who can't really, like, stand to get beat up too much. And there we go, 2 KOs, though. One from each side. The Junos are down. It is the Kazans fighting it out with the goalies, just trying to hold on to a bit of core control. A nice little pop-up there from ZZ What is going to bring down the second barrier. Going to get put in the cage for it as Bloody Blossom and Athey back online. They're able to secure one barrier here. Bloody Blossom going for more, but it gets back over to ZZ What with the dribble. Secondary from Sawyer, though, to get it out of there. Setting up to the slime, though, ZZ What trying to force it through Bloody Blossom and Sawyer, but IME is able to get it back. Unfortunate miss core flip from Overgrown Lemons. Going to send it back to ZZ What, but Kaz it. Will find the KO off the black hole, though, to set up a power play here, but Drew Shaver needs to get the core back over to their side of the field. Does have a core flip up just in case, but Overgrown Lemon will hold it down in the midfield for now. Juno coming back online. Athey looking to push up a Bloody Blossom, getting it over to Overgrown Lemon. As now IME Enjoyers look to set up a push of their own. Core flip from Drew Shaver sends it all the way around. ZZ What can't quite reach it with the hook, but a jump from Athey going to push it back in. And ZZ What takes down the goalie. It's going to allow Athey to just sink it right into the top. As Chikara Money going to tie it up once again.
You know, we talked here about how these comps are so similar to each other, but we also really got to note the differences here. The Finny goalie here from Drew Shaver is going to help a lot more with keeping up that damage, since Drew Shaver is just able to contribute to it from so far away. But on the other hand, Sawyer, having a lot more of that close-range defense capability, will have more chances to possibly stuff out some of those approaches, especially with that Mako ult. So all in all, both teams have their advantages here, but it depends on how they play them. along with the Kazan and Juno support to really bring the core through.
Yeah, both teams sitting on this kind of support goalie with the Junos and the Kazans battling it out. It's already been a very close game. I imagine it's going to stay this way for a while. Unfortunate angle there. Sawyer couldn't quite get low enough in time. Will result in a point for Chikara Money to bring it to set point. And Chikara Money taking a second set here is not what you want to see if you're IME Enjoyers, because if they're able to kind of get another really good draft, like IME Enjoyers kind of won the first one, but Chikara Money were able to really bring it back. So if they're able to get a good draft off of this, it could be a lot of trouble for IME Enjoyers.
Yeah, I was about to say, like you mentioned earlier, IME Enjoyers definitely won out in that draft. So if that second comes through and the Awakenings are there for Chikara Money, it might just spell the end. I don't think it'll be much of an even game anymore. And possibly getting there here, as Overgrown Lemon is going to unfortunately go down. Going to try and push the flip, but Bloody Blossom doing some great work here to not only throw the core away from the flip, but also move it in by themselves. Going to be getting that great goal to even it out. It's not over yet.
Yeah, IME Enjoyers once again on set point, all tied up. We got 2 core flips for each side as well, as it's Bloody Blossom who wins the kickoff and takes a barrier here, pushing up hard now. Athey taking a lot of damage from Overgrown Lemon. Sorry, sending it back in, but ZZ Watt firing right back, taking out Bloody Blossom in return, making it a 2v3 here. It's Overgrown Lemon. So looking to push, actually gets the barrier and earn Drew Shaver's core flip as well. But getting the core back up to ZZ Watt on the power play. We'll be able to bring down 1 barrier here, still dribbling in this top side, looking for more. Athey jumping in, Bloody Blossom holding it down, trying to get back up to ZZ Watt, but the barrier will stand, and now it's Overgrown Lemon with a dribble and a 50 into the top side. We'll put IME Enjoyers on the board here as they take a set in return. And let's see, the MVP is going to be Sawyer, and if they can get another really solid draft here, things could be coming up with their name on it.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there. Drew Shaver has really been running some great defense with the Finny so far, but just in that one moment, having to deal with the Kazan in your face is going to make you, unfortunately, whiff some abilities, and that just gave Overgrown Lemon a nice goal there to make it through. And looking at these Awakenings, though, from that, we don't have too much strength picks in the case of Chikara Money, but they are going to be picking up Fight or Flight, allowing them to get around a bit faster. On the side of IME Enjoyers, however, Primetime coming out from the Juno, more Slime's going to be thrown around, and Sawyer, with the Sparks, is going to be able to help out the team with the speed and the power a bit more, but it doesn't even matter when... just going to get the goal there by using the Finny ult there.
An explosive little kickoff there from the side of IME Enjoyers will seal the first point, but that explosive entrance on ZZ Watt is actually pretty solid on Kazan, but the rapid fire and the second spark on Sawyer are potentially very, very huge for the side of IME Enjoyers. And right here, Sawyer bringing out the cage and sinking that barrier down as Bloody Blossom and Overgrown Lemon continue this. Drew Shaver with a nice little sword angle, though, to keep it up down. And Athey as well with the jump in the bottom corner. Keep it defended. Drew Shaver, though, not looking too hot as Overgrown Lemon is hunting for this KO. Bloody Blossom is going to work their way up the field with the core and sink it right in as the goalie goes down. And IME Enjoyers, coming off of that draft, just look suddenly so dominant as they've already brought it to set point in basically under a minute.
Yeah, normally Kazan Glass Cannon isn't the big awakening you're really looking for, but in those cases like that, where if you're just going to goalie the Oki, there's not a lot of chances for you to get hit and lose that speed and power, and Overgrown Lemon has been using that to their advantage to just keep up that pressure on Drew Shaver, and Finny is not a goalie where you want to deal with so much Oki up close, as you can see right there.
Yeah, and another set now taken for IME Enjoyers. The first two were so close for both sides, but IME Enjoyers just coming out with a 3-0 there. That was in total like a minute and a half set maybe. So very strong showing there from IME Enjoyers as we go into it. But we got Knife's Edge here. We got Extra Special, Aerial Siege Machine, a couple nice things. There is another Spark on the board. Sawyer's at the bottom, so we'll see if that deny comes out. But it will be Knife's Edge going over to the Kazan here. Hot shots on the Finny. Aerials for Bloody Blossom. Looks like Athey waiting for a second. It will be a Spark deny here from ZZ Watt as Siege Machine will fall to the Mako. Extra special there on the Juno. But Siege Machine is still pretty nice on the Mako. That cage can go pretty far and still hit pretty hard, especially with the double Sparks and the Pauldrons. So we'll see how this goes. Nothing too insane coming out, but both barriers falling for Army Enjoyers pretty quickly off the kickoff. ZZ What looking for the point. Athey trying to send it back in, but it's Bloody Blossom who wins in the midfield and brings down a barrier here. Chasing the core now, Sawyer trying to send it up to this top side. ZZ What is right there, looking for the center, and with a pop-up, will find it. That explosive entrance that he picked up earlier gave the Kazan that distance that he needed to cover just a huge amount of ground and just stuff it right in.
Yeah, no, and while the Spark of Focus might have just been the Spark Deny from Sawyer to get the triple Spark, that cooldown reduction is still really useful for Kazan. ZZ What's just going to be able to apply way more pressure, way faster. Although it might be hard for that to come into play here as Overgrown Lemon is just running this point so far.
And a massive KO coming out right at the end as well. Army Enjoyer is going to fire right back as they do. And Overgrown Lemon is level 9, whereas Athey still stuck at level 5. Sawyer's still at level 6, but I mean, that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see your forwards a high level, your goalie kind of low, and the enemy team not able to touch the core. That's a good sign. But that being said, Army Enjoyer's barriers have gone down here. See what has done a lot of damage to Bloody Blossom. Finds the KO with the hook as well as Overgrown Lemon. Just trying to control the core a bit, but it's going to lose control. Get it back down to ZZ What at Athey. The cage will come out on the defense from Sawyer. The black hole pop, sending it over to the top. Sawyer does have a core flip up. ZZ What just bullying Overgrown Lemon in this midfield right now. Shaver trying to send it back in as Bloody Blossom is back online here. So they're sending around the top side. ZZ What has that burst though, so that could be dangerous as the barrier on the side of Chikara Money is still up here. Sawyer looking for a clear out of this. ZZ What sending it down the bottom. Core flip coming out from Sawyer. Sends it right to the middle. It bounces back. ZZ What goes for the pop-up. Doesn't get the point, but finds the kill onto the goalie and off the rebound. ZZ What will sink it in and bring Chikara Money to set point, showing that they still have some life in this match, and now both Kazans level 9. This is just become a game of who can kill the goalie quicker.
Definitely, for sure. Drew's Haver, though, gotta shout them out. Great use of the Finny ult to not only just keep that defense up, but then immediately convert into forward momentum once ZZ What did get that goalie kill. Immediately getting it in such a nice position, and Kazan quickly secondarying to get it over there.
With 3 core flips up here on the side of Chikara Money, they could find a way to make this work. ZZ What having to burn it just to stay alive there. Does get Overgrown Lemon staggered. Takes a lot of damage for it, but 2 members staggered and a double KO coming out. It's a 2v2 now as Athey in the bottom will find the jump strike to take the set for Chikara Money, and we are going to a set 5.
The momentum has just been swinging in both directions here. We've seen both Chikara Money and Army Enjoyers just on the up and up, but moving in here, I'm very glad that it's evened out, so we get to see a 5th set between these two, as both have just been really snowballing into that damage. Good deny there with the sparks. ZZ What's going to be able to share some of that focus, but also avoid the strength and agility, most notably going to the Kazan there, which would be dreadful to say the least for Chikara Money. Still, though, Overgrown Lemon, not too sad, as they are going to be getting 1-2 punch to keep up that damage. And also notably, Drew's Haver going to be grabbing that recovery drone, needing some of that health and support on top of Stagger Swagger to stay alive against Overgrown Lemon's overwhelming offense.
Yeah, the 2 sparks on ZZ What is pretty decent now. Notably as well, there was the Spark of Resilience on that board, so Sawyer could have gotten that coveted 3rd spark, but opted to go for the team player instead. So we'll see how that ends up paying out. Team player can be very nice for getting some sneaky clears that you otherwise wouldn't be able to, but with how much they've been dying, it could be a nice pickup to have that stagger as well, so we'll see. But both goals are currently open as ZZ What flying across the map with the explosive entrance down to this bottom corner. Athey and ZZ What pushing hard, and the point will be found there for Chikara Money in that top side, as they will be the first ones to score in our set 5.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Once the Kazan has the mobility, that just means they can continue forcing you into really bad strike wars. And Kazan is just someone who's really good at winning strike wars, so that is completely in their favor. ZZ What is making full use of that, as you can see so far, getting a double barrier off of that, but is going to have to watch out, as both ZZ and Athey looking really low. Might change into a power play sooner than later.
Yeah, with Overgrown Lemon pushing up like that, Faithy does have a core flip up. Bloody Blossom going to have theirs in just a second as well. Is Stagger, though, burning it here, sending it all the way around and trying to get this orb to stay alive. But with both sides open now, anything could happen as it's a battle over the midfield. Drew Shaver sending it back in. ZZ looking for the KO, was going to find it on Bloody Blossom there. Is now Aethy pushing up on this bottom side on the power play. Another KO from Overgrown Lemon with the open primary, but the Finny ultimate sends it backwards. And the core flip gets burned off of Drew Shaver. It's an unfortunate self goal from Chikara Money to tie up the sets.
Yeah, the curse of Finny. Drew Shaver has been really good about it so far, but Finny's abilities are just very easy to find yourself in really unfortunate situations like that. So it's unfortunate that in the heat of the moment that happened, and he's now going to have to deal with an open goal, but still, all in all, both teams really playing evenly here, just finding those pushes of momentum to keep the plays going.
Now it's Chikara Money's side that's open, and Sawyer has a core flip up hook coming out from ZZ What. Core flip burnt by Sawyer, and ZZ What will find a way to block it though and bring down that barrier. But now Overgrown Lemon looking for the point. Bloody Blossom jumping in as well to fight Aethy in this bottom corner, but getting it back over to the slime. Sawyer going to have to be on the defense once again as Aethy's trying to send it over to ZZ What. Bloody Blossom dribbling it off the center, but not a favorable angle. It's going to go right into the hook of ZZ What, who's going to be able to control it and sink it into that bottom side. And now it's Chikara Money on match point.
Yeah, in games like these where everyone's just so tied up, it's going to be those really small mistakes that just change the momentum completely. Unfortunately, in this case, for Ivy Enjoyers, Bloody Blossom, with that unfortunate bounce on the black hole is going to lead to that, but it's really anyone's game still moving forward. I'd love to see Ivy Enjoyers bring it to a set 5.5.
I think they definitely have it in them, and Overgrown Lemon has a core flip up here as well, as Imi Enjoyers pushing from this top side hard. Chikara Money is going to be able to clear it out and get it over into this bottom corner, but a core flip coming out from Drew Shaver, sending it over to ZZ What. Gets put in the cage as Sawyer red cores it all the way down and earns the barrier. Core flip from Overgrown Lemon, going to send it right through the Finny ult. And yeah, you're right. Imi Enjoyers have brought it to a set 5.5, all or nothing, last goal to take game one.
I didn't even notice that Sawyer picked up team player on Mako especially. That just can convert into so much momentum as we saw with the red core there. And if this game goes as long as it needs to between these two pretty evenly matched teams, we may see more red cores coming up in this point.
Yeah, now ZZ What on the open goal goes for the dribble in the top side. He's going to be able to find the point through Sawyer and take game one for Chikara Money.
Really great slime placement there from Aethy. I was a bit worried. We did see that DC earlier and a bit of lag, but Aethy showed that lag cannot hold a Juno down like Aethy. Just moving it through. Great slime placement there to really keep up some of that offensive pressure. Working well with ZZ set play. All in all, though, both teams putting in a lot of work, but in this case, Chikara Money just going to bring it out in that last point to bring it through for that game win.
And taking a quick look at these stats here, 9 KOs from ZZ What, 7 KOs from Overgrown Lemon. It was a bit of a bloodbath there. Everyone getting well over 100 redirects. Everyone pretty much getting around 20,000 damage or just a little bit under. Solid game from both sides. 8 goals from Overgrown Lemon as well. But it just quite wasn't enough. But yeah, when a game is that close, you know, it just comes down to the really tiny things, as we saw there. You know, a few connection issues, a few unfortunate angles, a few unfortunate self goals, but ultimately Chikara Money pulled it out. And I imagine Imi Enjoyers, I mean, they're still playing very, very solidly there. So I expect that they're still solid contenders in this round robin, and I wouldn't be surprised if they end up qualifying at some point later. But yeah, for game one, it is Chikara Money taking the W, and we'll see where we go from here.
Yeah, we may yet see. I mean, Enjoyers coming up. They are both really high-seeded teams, and that game proved it for sure. Both teams really making it work. All in all, though, I am interested to see what other teams play. Are we going to see a lot more of those KO comps that we've become so familiar with? Or are we going to see something a bit different? Me personally, I'd love to just see people switch it up, all in all. So I'm very curious to see what other matches we're going to be on stream later on.
Yeah, that particular match. I mean, it was a heavy impacts, specialized training start, and both teams obviously opted to capitalize on that and just go bring out the Kazan and just try and make it a bloodbath. But and it definitely was. There was a lot of KOs on both sides, but Kazan also, just has a fair bit of inbuilt core control just because of how many abilities that he's got. So, I mean, we definitely saw that as well. But, there is the argument to be made that KO comps can be pretty strong right now, especially because there's not really any stagger awakenings in the rotation outside of just Spark of Resilience. And then you have Unstoppable and Stagger Swagger. But that's not really entirely enough to just totally shut down a spec training heavy impacts Kazan or something of that nature. So yeah, I'm curious to see, what teams' plans are, going into this, if there is kind of a end-all be-all strategy of we need to kill when we can, and if we can't, we need to find a way to. But it looks like we're going to be moving on to our next game shortly. If we check... Boop, boop, boop.
I do completely agree with you, though. It is kind of heavily reliant, though, on what awakenings you get at the start, though. If you're going to get a game with heavy impact spec train, and there's kind of like, if you're not going to run the KO comp, you're just going to end up losing to the team that does get to run it, because they just get such a good start there.
Yeah, exactly. There's not really a way, to deal with that, a lot. You have, there's Now, and there's Atlas. But in my experience, if someone is running Finny, Kazan, and then I don't know, something else, let's just say X or whatever, and they're on a spec training, heavy impacts, whatever shenanigans start, and they end up getting something else in that first draft that's that's really good or whatever. There's not enough healing most of the time. You have to get the ideal circumstances to kind of outpace a good damage comp. I feel like. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes throughout the night. I mean, there are definitely times when we've seen teams that either opted not to or wanted to or weren't able to really, capitalize on a big KO thing, and is just instead went straight for core control and ended up winning that way. But obviously, if you have that potential to outscale and to outlast as a damage team or as a team that's trying to build into damage, I think right now you have a very good chance of doing that just with how the awakenings are.
Yeah, definitely.
But it looks like we have our next match scheduled here as well. We're going to be hopping over to Pool 2, over to Group B, where it's going to be the Seraphim Team Kill experience. Seraphim Crimson versus Seraphim Sanguine Orpal. So this should be an exciting one. Both teams seeded... I actually don't know what they were seeded, but they qualified in back-to-back weeks, I want to say. So that's pretty neat. Seeding doesn't exist. Never mind. Oh yeah, that's right. I knew that. It is by qualification week. I knew that. I'm smart. Trust me.
I mean, I also wasn't sure either, so it's fine.
I knew that. I just figured. But no, yeah, Crimson, long-time OSAS team, been playing since Season 1, and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal is literally the newest team. They qualified the first week. It's either the first week or the second week. I think it was the first week. That they participated in OSAS. They made a pretty epic losers bracket run. So you can see them fight each other now. It's definitely pretty cool as they fight out for these top spots. Only half of the group is able to move on to the bracket, so 3 out of 6 of these teams are going to be going home. So we'll see how this goes. Both teams currently sitting at 0-1, it looks like, in the round robin. So this could be a very important win for one of them.
Yeah, no, they'll have to prove themselves here, but I'd love to see what they do past this match as well. Either way, gonna be fun to see the two Seraphim teams duke it out here. Either way, though, hoping good luck for both of them moving this bracket.
Yeah, looking to bring home the W. It'd be pretty epic. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes because Sanguine Orpal, very new team, but they've been playing very, very solidly. They've been getting a fair bit of coaching, as far as I'm aware, and they've really they've just been pretty outstanding in the way that they've been going about this for being a kind of a first season team. But Seraphim Crimson as well, longtime veterans of the series. They've been practicing their hearts out. I know that for sure. I see them every day over in that call, practicing whatever. They've been getting coaching and whatnot. So this could be a pretty epic match as we get into it. But yeah, we got Hugo, the classic Luna Estelle goalie, of course, once again, versus hang on, I'll be real. I actually forgot who Sanguine Orpal's goalie was, but
well, it's currently set as Kurohiro.
I think it is Kurohiro. That's right. There was he played the Kai that one time and just sat on the goal barrier, and it was very funny. I remember that, but
I am very curious because, the same as you, I'm very familiar with Seraphim Crimson. I've seen them play a lot of matches, but since Sanguine Orpal is so new, I'm not as familiar with how they play. So I'm excited to see what they do in this match. I'm also just interested in playing them for myself sometime, just because I'm not as familiar with what kind of characters they really play, and we'll have to see what they run this.
Yeah, and it looks like everyone is ready to up. It looks like the map pick is Atlas's lab again. So we're going back to the lab once again. I imagine we should get familiar with that map because I expect we're going to be seeing it a fair bit. It seems to be kind of the OSAS favorite, even above Night Market, it feels like. But yeah, it could be pretty interesting. I think I've seen both of these teams play on this map as well. They're both pretty comfortable on it, so it's gonna be an interesting one. I have not actually seen them face each other ever before, so I really don't know what to expect other than kind of what everyone plays and how they want to play. But starting Awakenings, of course, could matter a lot. Starting bans as well could matter a lot because Crimson is known for having the Luna goalie, and if that gets banned out, Hugo gets forced onto the Estelle. However, Hugo has been getting very good at the Estelle. So is that the ban, or do you try and ban out like Defonx Drakkar? Because that is kind of his staple and something that is to be feared. So I think the bans here from both sides could matter a fair bit, as well as the starting Awakenings. It is primetime cast to last. So we'll see where this goes. Oh, sorry, not cast to last. Timeless Creator, same thing, same difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do see a lot of Atlab so far. I've noted this in previous weeks, but I definitely tend to like it a lot more when we see some more interesting maps. But to be fair, this is the qualifying round robin. So I shouldn't be that surprised that we're seeing a lot more competitively traditional maps, I guess you could call it. In terms of bans, though, we're going to be seeing Defonx Drakkar get banned out. Pretty useful midfield pick there, and unfortunately not going to be able to rely on it. We'll have to use Rasmus instead. We're also going to be seeing Aimee get banned out by Seraphim Crimson, which I believe is to stop Evster from playing her. So all in all, some pretty big character bans from the midfield side. We'll have to see what the other players do with their picks, as we can see two Luna goalies coming up.
Yeah, the duel of the Luna goalies, Kurihiro versus Yugo, and looking at the Awakening as well, everyone went prime time except for Evster, who took the Timeless Creator, which is a very interesting pick on Era, because prime time is very strong on the character, but I guess he opted for a little bit of investment in that ultimate instead, so we'll have to see how that works out. But it will be Sylvia Seraphine taking point one here in a pretty quick round. Once again, kind of similar to the last game, both sides' barriers went down pretty quickly there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more of these quick rounds coming out. But everyone hitting level 2 except for Evster here as we get into our second kickoff.
Yeah, no, both teams are really just going to want to keep it up. You're going to want to do that, obviously, in Omega Strikers in general, but since both teams are running that Luna goalie, it's a goalie picks that really works when you can just keep that core away so far and have the Luna play that great role, supporting role with the primary. But since both teams are going to be trying to run it up really fast with some big forwards with Mako and Zen, that means that it's going to be really hard for those Luna goalies to get what they want.
Yeah, and right now, Sanguine Orpal barriers are down as Sylvia Seraphine looking to push up. Yugo goes for the core flip, but the barrier's going to fall anyway. Now in a tough situation, the Zen primary is just going to be too much for a little Luna to handle, as Sanguine Orpal will take their second point and bring it to set point here. It's like one core flip for both sides as we go into this next point. Defonk on the kickoff here, dribbling on the black hole, almost a bit of a dangerous angle, but Yugo will manage to clear it out of there as the battle over midfield ensues. Yugo dashing in, trying to push it to this bottom side, but it is Sanguine Orpal who are going to win that out and bring down the barrier. As now Malachi and Yugo looking to push up. The Luna Nuke going to send it backwards there and bring down a barrier in return, as now Yugo versus Ebster on this bottom side. Defonk going for the hook, trying to get it out, but the barrier will fall as Malachi gets taken out by Kurihiro. And now an ace coming out from the side of Sanguine Orpal. Ebster and Sylvia Seraphine each finding a kill as Seraphim Sanguine take set 1 3-0 with an ace.
You know, I was just about to say, while both teams have a lot of damage going into the game, neither is really leaning too hard into KOs so far, but then the ace happened, so I was proven wrong. Just played a little too far back in the goal box there is going to lead to a few dangerous situations, especially when Zentaro is in your face and Luna's throwing rockets at you. Moving into these Awakenings, though, both Luna's going to get great picks with Twin Drive and Rapid Fire, going to be able to keep that long-range offense going on. Malachi going to be grabbing some support here with Recovery Drone, but on top of that, gotta watch out. Sylvia Seraphine, a lot more damage coming in with Heavy Impact, so that might come into play, and we can already see the Zentaro offense going through.
Yeah, Malachi's health not looking so great right now as Evster and Sylvia Seraphine just hovering. Kurihiro will find the dash KO to bring down the recovery drone as Sylvia Seraphine brings down the barrier. Now dashing in Kurihiro for this top side, looking for the point, but Defonk and Yugo are able to hold it down. Malachi still looking pretty hard, but the Zentaro forced to back off just a little bit. Going for the KO, Malachi still able to barely hold on. And just trying to stay alive in this bottom side. Will win out the strike for and bring down the barrier. Now pushing up this top side there from Crimson, looking for a point, but the core going to get away. Malachi with the strike board, though, is going to keep it in play, keeping it in this top side. Kurihiro trying to clear it out. Evster as well. Yugo sending it back in with the rocket, but Malachi passing up to Defonk. Yugo dashing in, but Evster shutting that down. Now core flip coming out from Kurihiro. Blocked by Malachi, though, as Defonk still pushing hard, but going to lose control. The black hole sending it back in, though, luckily, but Kurihiro is still holding it down. Crimson can't quite find the shot here as we go into overtime. Sylvia Seraphine sending it up at the top. Kurihiro dashing in. Yugo barely able to get that out in time, and now dashing in return, but Evster is right there and will find a shot straight into the top side as Sanguine Orpal now make it a 4-0 game, taking the first point in set 2.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. Yugo, a really good idea there, moving in with the Luna secondary to intercept that core quickly, but unfortunately did hit it slightly into Evster. That does mean the play isn't going to go through as well as Yugo wanted. Still, though, Seraphim Crimson really getting close here. Just a lot of great offensive pressure. Got to give it to Malachi and Defonk for just keeping the core up there as long as they did. Even if it didn't lead to a goal, just continuing that offense is going to lead to more chances for goals, although it is going to be hard with Defonk out of the picture and Yugo not too far behind with that low stagger.
Having to burn the core flip there as well. Yugo does not have too much energy here. Evster has a full bar. Defonk is back online, but Crimson on the defense here will manage to find a way to clear it out, but the core just going to get sent right back in as Yugo getting taken down by Sylvia. Now it's just a Funk and Malachi trying to hold on here, but big offense coming out from Sanguine Orpals. They take down the barrier. Core flip from Sylvia Seraphine is going to earn Malachi's core flip as it gets stalled out and just sink it right in. As Sanguine Orpal are now up set point, and it's not looking great for Seraphim Crimson.
Yeah, I mentioned it before, that heavy impact, just really making those plays. Zentaro is someone who's just so mobile and able to keep the offense going, but on top of that, if Zentaro wants to just sit on top of a goalie and keep the pressure up, they can do that, and with the increased damage that is going to happen, unfortunately, Seraphim Crimson doesn't have really a character that can do it as well as Zentaro, although I know Malachi is looking to block some of those Luna abilities from Kurohiro once they get the chance.
Oh, and the whiplash there from Tafonk. They will earn a point here. Crimson will put themselves on the board, but there is a decisive energy advantage here on the side of Seraphim Sanguine. 2 core flips to none right now. They have a chance to just power play this and just end the set and reset everything to neutral. But it looks like Crimson has been having a bit of difficulty. Oh, an unfortunate dash by Yugo is going to bring down both barriers as Evster pushing up in the top corner. Not going to burn the core flip yet, though, but the goal is open as Sylvia Seraphine on the bottom side. Kurohiro dashing in. Tafonk will hold it down, but now, once again, Sylvia Seraphine going for the strike where Yugo will win it. But it's still looking pretty sketch as Kurohiro sending it back in once again to the goal box. Malachi trying to push up, but Kurohiro finding clear out. The cage going to come out in this bottom corner as Evster falling back on the defense here, just playing it patiently, trying to get it up to the Zentaro. So that they can score this, and Sylvia Seraphine with the KO onto Tafonk. Now just passing down Evster, core flip comes out, and there's the set.
Yeah, in the end, the power play really did make it. Once Tafonk was off the field, it was just a lot harder for Crimson to keep up that defense. Still, though, before that point, Crimson was really running that defensive game, just avoiding so many points that other teams would have a really hard time dealing with, especially when you're having to deal with Zentaro in your face and an era not too far behind. Still, though, speaking of Zentaro, Sylvia going to be picking up explosive entrance. Another really good pick on top of heavy impact. Zentaro pressure is not going to stop. On top of that, the resilience that we saw in the previous draft going to get further increased with Spark of Leadership coming on for Evster. In terms of Crimson, though, is going to see extra special on Malachi, going to be seeing a lot more of that cage, and for the most part, supporting Awakenings on Yugo and Tafonk. Going to have to see how that plays out in the long run, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crimson just has not been able to get a solid, big offensive push going. It seems like every time they work their way up the field, Kurohiro is just kind of able to kick it right back. And unfortunately, the Mako goal, or the Mako forward, just doesn't have the presence that something like a Zentaro has. There just isn't that ability to reposition and to stuff things through. You're kind of working with fighting stuff point blank, and if that doesn't work, or if you just die because of Mako's low stagger, it just doesn't look good. As we see right there, Malachi getting taken out, Tafonk getting taken out by the Luna Nuke as well. It is just Yugo. Cross passes coming out from Sylvia Seraphine and Evster, looking for the shot. Yugo still holding it down, though, just with the strikes, but that's going to be enough. A shot to the top side. There's only so much a little Luna can do, as Sanguine Orpal will continue their scoring domination and take their first point in what they hope is the last set.
Gotta give it to the tiny among Titans Luna. The speed there really helps Yugo keep up that defense, but there's just not much you can do in a 1v3 like that. And that might not be too far behind. Malachi looking a little low there. Gotta watch out with that stagger.
Yeah, looking pretty dangerous. Core flip from Evster is going to find the KO, though, as Kurohiro just clearing it down to this bottom side. Sylvia able to get it through Yugo there, as now it's just defense here for Seraphim Crimson, but they've kind of been forced onto this the whole time, and when you're on defense constantly, you're eventually going to make a mistake, and like we see there, the barrier does fall. It took a little minute, but it will eventually go down, and if you can't get a solid push going, it's just not going to be great. The cage will come out from Malachi, and they will earn the barrier here, but Crimson is going to have to find a way to score this in. Kurohiro dashing in. Yugo able to save it with a strike war. Now Tafonk with the hook to get it out of Evster's Storm. Looking to push up, but Kurohiro able to use the rocket to hit stun and get it core back over to Evster. And now back up to Sylvia Seraphine. Kurohiro dashing in as well is suddenly in Yugo's goal box as Sanguine Orpal bring it to match point.
I gotta say, though, Yugo really had the right idea there. Again, using that secondary to challenge more early is just the best way to really keep that Luna defense up. But unfortunately, in this case, is going to whip it, and that is going to lead to being unable to contest the defense after that.
And with energy coming up here as well, it looks like Tefunk will bring down the second barrier with a whiplash, though, but it's still going to be tough as Sanguine Orpal are looking to push back here. Core flip from Sylvia will earn both barriers on that Atlas Lab. Little bouncy angle and get the KO onto Malachi. And Kurohiro dashing in is going to find the point, and that's going to be the game. Seraphim Sanguine Orpal, the new Seraphim Upstart team, will take out the veterans in their first match against each other and take a W here in round robin, which is very good for their standings.
Yeah, no, ultimately, that match was just definitely in Sanguine Orpal's favor. Just the offense was a lot stronger with the Zentaro. They just found a lot more of those openings, and Crimson were very close. You could see some really great goals there earlier, as well as some barrier picks, and if they'd kept that momentum up, we would have seen a lot more of an even game, but unfortunately in this case, it's just really difficult to keep that momentum up when you're dead. And that's just ends up how it goes sometimes when KOing can be such a strong tool in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, and looking at these stats, like, you know, it's 10 KOs coming out from the side of Sanguine Orpal, which is pretty significant. They kept it a 2v3 for a fair bit of that game. And unfortunately, Crimson just couldn't find their win condition. Like, they really couldn't get a very solid offense going. They were kind of forced onto the defense the entire match, which they did fairly well, but the pressure coming out from Sanguine Orpal was just way too much. Sylvia on that Zentaro, combined with Kurohiro's Luna just dashing in constantly, and of course all the buffs and storms coming out from Evster, it just made it way too much of a presence for their defense to handle. And when they were able to clear it out, they didn't really have a way to convert onto offense to get a good push of their own going. So it just allowed Sanguine Orpal to perpetually be pushing, and that's not a spot that you ever really want to be in. You know, they couldn't get the great awakenings that they needed either, which is unfortunate, but I don't think that really mattered too much. At the end of the day, Sanguine Orpal just kind of had the game plan, and it's very impressive to see him going like this. I'm curious to see how they play out the rest of the night.
Yeah, especially compared to Crimson with the Rasmus Mako, you just don't have as much mobility compared to Era's and Taro. So Sanguine Orpal able to play back, get the core out, and then immediately just convert into offensive pressure. Crimson isn't able to rely on that as much, since they have to set it up a lot with Malachi staying up and Tefunk dropping back to help out Yugo a lot more with that midfielding against the Zentaro. But in the end, just wasn't able to get it through. But I have to say, I mentioned before, I was very interested to see how Sanguine Orpal really played, and after that game, I'm even more interested in them. Would love to get a chance to play the team myself someday. But all in all, congratulations to Sanguine Orpal, and good luck to both Seraphim as they continue through the round robin.
Yeah, definitely some solid teams in their bracket. They got Restel, Spark of Friendship, Guest Star, and MB Current Core over there as well that they're going to have to eventually fight their way through. So it's definitely, both pools definitely look pretty solid, pretty tough matchups. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, it's like you have Era and Zentaro who can really, like, they're both characters that really can control the midfield, and especially when you get explosive entrance on the Zentaro, the ability to reposition, it just becomes absolutely overwhelming. Because you can dash across the map, yeah, the air speed boost just make everybody fast, and you can go on defense, hold it down for a second, you clear it out, and you just run back over to the other side of the field. But Crimson aren't able to do that with their comp, unfortunately. It entirely relies on the forwards just kind of staying up and applying that pressure and hoping that the core gets back up to them. But if they can't achieve that, then the forward Mako can't really do anything, because there's no way for that character to reposition quickly. And unfortunately, with the way that things were playing out, Sanguine Orpal were just able to keep the offense always going, so that Crimson was never able to get the core over to their forward.
Yeah, no, Mako's just a character who's really good at close quarter stuffing. So, like you said, when you can't get that core up there consistently, that just becomes really hard to utilize Mako's advantages in that goal box. Although when that did happen, Malachi was kind of running the show with some of those big offensive plays. Although we do have to give it to Kurohiro for being able to get out of those well-timed plays as well. Yeah, no, in general, mobility just... We talk a lot about KOs previously, but mobility just ends up adding to so much in this game. And if you don't have that mobility, you gotta end up compensating for that with something else. Like, a more slower defender might not be very mobile like Dubu or Atlas, but they just become a sentinel of defense, for example, able to just keep the core out of there, things like that. And so you got to really look at those advantages and disadvantages when moving into a match like this.
Yeah, and with that said, we're going to be moving into our game 3 now. MB Current Core versus a team that I was kind of interested in, Guest Star, question mark, question mark, question mark. This could be an interesting one here. MB Current Core, I think were... I think they qualified in the last week, looks like. And they were looking pretty good. And Guest Star made it pretty close in week 3, but then ended up qualifying in week 4. And I was very interested to see how they ended up doing. They kind of piqued my curiosity with what they were doing in that qualifying week. So I think this could be a very interesting game here as we're waiting on the players to show up and get ready here.
Yeah, Guest Star, I'm definitely a lot more familiar with. And as we found out, they were qualified in week 3. But in this case, MB Current Core, I haven't really seen them play yet, and I'm not as familiar with their team members either. So this is another case where we have one team where I'm fairly familiar with what they're capable of and what they're bringing to the table, and another team that I'm really excited to see contend with that and show off what they got. So all in all, very excited.
Yeah, and just waiting for the maps and whatnot to come out here. But so far with the matches we've seen today, I wouldn't be surprised if this is potentially another heater. I guess the last one wasn't a total heater, but it was kind of a heater. To see Sanguine Oracle pop off, to be sure. But yeah, definitely looking forward to this one. It could be another AtLab game. I hope it's not, but I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't blame them. AtLab is safe. AtLab is home. You know, we live in AtLab. That is all.
But you know, sometimes the bird has to leave the nest. All right, you know, pick. The bird has to go to Taiko Temple. I don't know. It just it has to see the world, enjoy the sights and sounds of life. But no, yeah, AtLab is cool too. It's good. It's a safe map. It's very competitively viable. You know what you're moving into, and there's a lot of great plays to make. It's both a map that you can depend on, but also one that can be chaotic. As in certain moments, as we've seen up to this point. But I'm in the same boat. I would love to see some other maps possibly later on.
Yeah, I think it's better than Night Market because you do have a little bit more cooler environmental effects, but you don't have the Arrow Mako X just being like the comp. Like that's like the famous Night Market play this to win kind of meta comp on that map, but AtLab doesn't really feel like it has that that you must pick this to gain an advantage comp. Like there are definitely characters that we see on there more than others, but in general, it feels like everyone kind of has like is much more viable on that map than certain other ones. So we do get to see more interesting team comps, I think, come out on that lab because you're not forced into like Imezap trying to play for kills or like Demon Days trying to play for damage, right? Or just necessarily forced into playing over core control, like on something like on Aten City. You can kind of do both, or like whatever ends up working the best. And you can pick various team composition. Eject button goalies are good. Turtle goalies are still good. You're not really locked into anything. So I think that's easily another element of like why people are fine with this map, because there's nothing that's really bad on it.
You know, I didn't think about it like that. That's actually a really good way of looking at it. Because when you put it that way, you definitely see how in a lot of other maps, it's just a lot more beneficial to play certain comps. It doesn't lock you in fully, but you're at a disadvantage if the other team is willing to run the more advantageous games. Currently still set on AtLab, so I believe we'll be seeing more of that unless something changes in the next few minutes. But yeah, ultimately, I hadn't considered that, so I appreciate you bringing in that view here, because it is very fair for AtLab. I have to give it that. It's really good for just running the kind of play you wanted.
Yeah, because there's certain maps, right? You know, Imizap, aka Rasmus app. It's like Rasmus, Juliet, and then like Kazan, the Kazan show, basically, right? And then you have like maps like Otten City, where it's like Juliet is just not good on this map, or Oni Village, where it's like someone like X, or like, you know, really like just brawl heavy character is not very good, but you have characters like Estelle and Kai that can just be absolutely disgusting on that map. But you know, then there's AtLab, where you know, you can play any of those characters and it's totally fine. So it's something that everyone can kind of be familiar with. You're not really forced to playing a certain way. Like, you have to play around the black hole. You have to play around, you know, the shapes of the barriers, but you're not like locked into, oh, we if we run a brawl heavy comp, we're gonna lose because, you know, it's like Oni Village, right? Or if we run, you know, a core control kind of range comp, we're gonna lose because it's Demon Days and there's gonna fight us forever. This map, you can have those teams fight each other, and they both have kind of an equal chance of winning. So it can be less swingy in that sense, and, you know, less swingy as well, I guess, just with the starting awakenings. Since if it is, you know, Demon Days or something, and it's like a spec training start, you know, the team that has the better Kazan player can just kind of end up winning a lot of the time. Whereas with spec training on AtLabs, it might not matter as much. But yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see.
I guess if you think about maps in that sense, another map you do sort of have to give it to sometimes is Clarion Corp. I'm not the biggest proponent of that map, just because I don't tend to have the best games on it. But because it's literally a map designed where each point is played on a different version, it's also going to be good for... It's not really going to be good for just one comp, because you could have a close quarters comp, which is good on like the Drakkar Vents version of the map, but then you get to something like the bouncer version, where the core moves so fast that it's hard for those close quarters characters to really set up sometimes. And you're going to have those points where it's less reliant, like with Oni and Aimi, on playing specific types of comps, and more reliant on being able to adapt quickly to what you have and what the enemy.
Yeah, Clarion is an interesting map. I feel like it's something that some people kind of love it and some people hate it. So it, you know, we don't see it too much, unfortunately, and I haven't played it very much either. So my opinion is limited, but it's kind of goofy. You know, it's kind of goofy. I like Rasmus. That's my opinion.
I think it's a map I like a lot on paper, but then in execution, you try to play it, and it can be a little too much for me. Like, yeah. I used to really not like the map, but more recently, I've come around on it a lot more. Although I'm not the biggest fan of the version with the bouncers. I brought it up as an example before, but sometimes that ball just has a mind of its own and goes everywhere, and then you have to contend with that. I think it's more fun when you also use it for your advantage, but it just leads to some really weird moments. So that's probably the only version of the map these days that I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, but we're getting into the game now. MB Current Core versus Guest Star, and it's a Judo ban for MB Current Core and an Atlas ban against Guest Star on a monumentalist 1-2 punch start. I see the Kazan hover, I see the Era hover, I see the Now hover, but it's going to be Rasmus from Big Rig Oni-chan. Rasmus also coming out from the side of Guest Star. Estelle versus Omla's Kazan, and looks like Sawara hovering that Now as well. Monumentalist Now is absolutely crazy start, and 1-2 punch Kazan, of course, as well. Both sides picking up the Now. This could be a pretty interesting map here, or a pretty interesting match here on the labs as we get into this. It's 1-2 punch for Randor. Life, it's a 1-2 punch for everyone except for the two Nows who both went Momentum Boots and Monumentalist. So this could be a very interesting one. This could be another big KO one, as both sides have great potential for just launching somebody off the map. And of course, those Now goalies can just take up an entire lane of the map with their secondaries right now.
Yeah, and the primaries as well, just going to be keeping up that pressure, though. Great primary there from Soara right there with the Now. Really keeping up that defense. Ultimately, though, both teams might have one barrier down, but they're just keeping it up so far. Not a lot of chances for either team to keep it up. And in terms of the comps, we're seeing a lot of KO energy, but ultimately, Omla with the Kazan is going to be bringing a lot more of that forward playstyle, the more traditional midfield forward goalie, while on the other hand, the Rasmus, Estelle, and Now are going to be bringing in a bit more of the double midfielder energy, having a lot more of that core control.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out as well, Life and Randor both brought Siphoning Wand for the side of Guest Star. So they came to throw hands. They did not want slick kicks, no core control for Guest Star, only damage. MB Current Core will take the first point, but energy is coming up for both sides as we get into this next round. Life already getting chunked by the black hole. Mycotic is going to be able to heal him, though, with the Now oldest Omla pushing hard. Going to get one barrier here, trying to get it up to Big Rig Oni-chan. Going to get beat out a little bit in the midfield as Guest Star are pushing up a bit. Omla able to send it down to the bottom. Big Rig Oni-chan with the hook into dribble. Baits out Mycotic's core flip, but the core getting back over to Randor is going to force out Sora's core flip in return. Omla pushing up to this top side, but Mycotic is able to get it out of there. Push it down to this bottom as Sawara now sending it down, but Randor brings out the hook and brings it all the way back up for the barrier. Very well placed there as Life with the pass. Core flip coming out from Randor. Big Rig Oni-chan with the hook, though, getting the core mid-flip to save the point, and now looking to push up here is MB Current Core in this bottom side. Omla has the core flip, burning it here, going to send it up at the top. Mycotic able to block it, though, and Sawara getting it back over into this midfield and trying to continue to push, but Randor with another great hook yoinks it right away from Sawara and finds the point for Guest Star.
Yeah, both teams so far really playing it even. That's why we're seeing a 1-1, of course. But on top of that, in this case, Randor just making the name known with some really great hooks, like you mentioned, although unfortunate bounce there on the middle. Still, though, with Nows on both sides, it's interesting because so far we've been seeing the Kazan comps having a free reign over just really KOing, but with the Now support coming in, that means we're going to have to see the Kazans do a little bit more than just their classic damage to really get through.
And core flips have been traded. One barrier still standing here for Guest Star, though, as Big Rig Oni-chan falling back on the defense, getting it over to Omla as they're looking to push this corner, this bottom side. Mycotic able to clear it over to Randor, though, with the whiplash to keep control, sends it right into the hook and gets it to the top side, and these hooks from Randor have just been absolutely lethal so far from the side of Guest Star, who are now on set point.
Yeah, at this point, Randor is just self-passing with 1-2 in the hook, just keeping it up. We'll have to see if that trend continues, but so far, Guest Star getting some really great plays because of that.
Yeah, and I know earlier I said no core control, all damage, but Guest Star have been demonstrating very solid core control, especially Randor. right there. And Mycotic burning the core flip will stall out Big Rig Oni-chan's hook there. The core is going to be still stuck in this corner, but they're able to defend it. They're able to keep this barrier standing as Big Rig Oni-chan is also staggered in the midfield. One barrier going down on the side of MB Current Core as they're trying to make a push here. Big Rig Oni-chan can't get too close though, but they will manage to send it around the backside and open up. Guestar's side of the field is in the bottom side. Life versus Omla. Mycotic and Randor also up at this top to try and hold it down. Saguaro dribbling in the midfield, trying to send it back up, but can't quite find a good angle here as Life just sending it back through. But Big Rig Oni-chan on the top side has the whiplash. Can't get it through Life though. So now Mycotic sending it back over, and it's a race to the core in no man's land as Randor sends it down to the bottom, entering overtime. Neither team able to get a huge grasp, but a shot from Omla into the top side almost allows Big Rig Oni-chan to find the shot. Mycotic able to save it, but Omla will get the core flip through the defense of Guestar and tie it all up on set point.
Yeah, had the secondary there, but unfortunately not enough time to use it to deny that flip. It's going to put Omla in a really good situation to just move it through. Still, so far, yeah, like you mentioned, the siphoning one from the damage is interesting. We had been seeing Big Rig Oni-chan just taking quite a bit of damage, but maybe not this point. Randor instead taking quite a bit of damage instead. Although, yeah, the now support coming out from both sides means that health is going to get reset quite a bit.
And there are some core flips up for the side of Guestar, all three actually. Core flip coming out from Randor will get stalled out and shut down here, but Life and Mycotic still going to have theirs. Core flip from Life gets traded with Sora's core flip, but Randor with the hook, mid-flip, point blank, to steal it and take the barrier. And Big Rig Oni-chan now with the core flip sends it over to Mycotic, who's going to eat the core flip, stall it out, but keep it alive. Unfortunately, that's more than can be said for the Kazan. They get taken out here. So now Mycotic looking for a pass up to Randor in this bottom side, looking for the point. Randor versus Sorara. Mycotic up in the midfield as well, trying to capitalize on the power play, but Big Rig Oni-chan finds the KO. Randor stood a little bit too close to the edge, and now the power play has been reversed. Omla brings down the barrier, entering overtime, and with a dribble off the top side, Omla will find the point and take the set for MB Current Core.
Yeah, it's really hard here because in the previous matches, we just saw that in general there was sort of like one player that was really being relied on to make some big plays. And while we're seeing plays here, I feel like we're seeing great plays in general from both sides. That's just why the game feels a lot more even, at least in comparison to the previous double Kazan game, where both Kazans were just really running the show on damage and core control. Still though, Kazan not going to feel out here with explosive entrance on the board. Means Kazan going to get more of that mobility we talked about earlier. Additionally though, we'll be seeing aerials coming here from the Estelle. Means that she's going to be doing quite a lot more to just keep the core up there.
Yeah, aerials is of course a big pickup for Estelle. The spark of leadership on Big Rig Oni-chan could come in handy later should the game go late, but Guestar going to be losing their Estelle here. Life is not alive, unfortunately. It's going to set up a big power play here for MB Current Core as Omla pushing hard. Life will be back online here, but they still have two barriers that they need to get down. Randor in the midfield trying to fight the 1v3, keeping the core over on MB Current Core side of the field, but looks like they'll be able to push back here. Mycotic though, able to send it back through. Randor pushing hard on the bottom side, gets one barrier. Life with the strike. We're trying to go for two, but back in the hands of Omla. Soara teleporting up as well. Hook from Big Rig Oni-chan, pass down to Omla. Mycotic able to block it once, blocks it twice now to get it out of there. Life teleporting up, but the black hole brings it back down to Omla. Going into the top side, Mycotic not going to burn the core flip on a 0.1. So that will be going over to MB Current Core, but there is a bit of an energy advantage now. A little bit on the side of Guestar, so we'll see if they can take one in return here and keep this game close.
Still, it's not too far out. Sahara also really close to getting core flip, although in this case, Mycotic is going to burn it quickly to avoid that play. Does want to keep that one barrier, and luckily that is going to lead to Sahara losing a barrier there, but unfortunately, Life, he's going to go down, and that means that now we're going to have to deal with the power play here with the Kazan coming up.
Yeah, that's that 1-2 punch on Big Rig Oni-chan. You can just whiplash hook someone and launch them basically across the map. And now with an open goal, Omla jumping in with the pop-up to be able to find the point and bring MB Current Core to a set point. Unfortunately, Guestar appearing to be faltering in the second set, but you know, they can try and bring it back over. MB Current Core can have 3 flips up this round. They could just power play this to a quick goal and a quick set win here. But Randor with another great hook, able to bring down the second barrier and maybe turn the tide here. Omla versus Randor in this bottom side. Life also up in this midfield. Big Rig Chen able to win a strike war and get it over to Omla as they're looking for this bottom barrier. They're going to be able to find it here. He's now looking to push up. Core flip from Big Rig Chen. Gets blocked by Life, though. So are able to send it right back in. Keeping it held down in this bottom corner for now. Life trying to get it up to this top side. Omla right there. Core flip coming out. Earns the barrier here as Life looking to try and tie it up. Hook coming in from Randor. Burns the core flip. Soara burns one in return, though. It sends it back over. Now teleporting up to try and make it a 3v3. Not able to get anything there. Core flip now coming out from Mycotic. Sends it into the top side. Randor looking for an angle, but the core moving a bit too fast here. Can't move up in time, but will find the KO. On to the opposing Rasmus, making it 2v3, and now pushing up the field is Gestar with the hook and a blink from Life to secure it. Gestar will put themselves on the board.
I have to give it to Life 1-3-1-2 in that play. He did a really good thing there, tanking the hit from Big Rig's hook there, allowing the hook to instead go to Randor to keep that offensive play moving. And it was a very small thing, but it eventually really led to continuation of plays that just kept the offense up, allowing Gestar to get that great goal there.
Yeah, but now Gestar is the one with the open net here. As MB Current Core are looking to push up and take this point. Randor keeping it held down in this top corner, though, looking to bring down this barrier if he can. Omla, though, sending it up to the top side. Mycotic able to hold it down, but this pressure could be big. Omla going for the bottom corner is going to find it as MB Current Core will take their second set.
Yeah, in comparison to the previous one, the last game felt quite a bit more even, but it might have been the Awakenings. MB Current Core just really found their footing after that one and really just started moving those plays, giving a lot less chances for Randor and Life to make those bigger offensive plays that they were able to do previously, especially with the damage that they started putting on. Going into Awakenings here, though, Twin Drive going to be taken by Kazan, a really good pick. We're also going to be seeing some power here on the side of the now goalies. Granted, they do have Monumentalists, so it's a fair pick with Glass Cannon and Missile Props. Some really decent picks on top of that. Life, however, hopefully going to get a lot more chances to move around and stay alive with Fight or Flight being taken here. Great pick for Estelle.
Yeah, Twin Drive on Omla is a very nice reward for getting MVP there, and Big Rig Oni-chan unfortunately just taking so much damage, but they will earn both barriers here from Gestar, but Radar firing right back with a little help from the Black Hole is going to bring down both barriers as well. However, Omla and Big Rig Oni-chan pushing up the passing plays coming out in front of this goal net. All three members of Gestar on the defense, but trying to work their way back out. The hook from Randor gets it past Sawara's eject button point and sends it into the bottom as Gestar will be the first to fire. But they need to make the reverse sweep to take this one.
Hey, if anyone can do it, it's Gestar. We've seen some of those big individual plays so far. Now, all they have to do is just really move it through and get that momentum back, start getting some really great awakenings, and I think we may see a much more even game moving in here. Especially with Omla looking really low. Gonna be hard for Kazan to use those big awakenings if they're gone, just like that.
Yeah, when you see Rasmus just walking up on the edge of the map, you know, it's always a moment of fear. But the goal is open. Big Rig Oni-chan and Soar could try and win the 2v3 here, but it looks like they're just going to stall it out until Omla is alive. There's still one barrier that needs to go down before Gestar has a chance to try and score here. Mycotic does have a core flip up, going to have to burn it here, though. Sends it over to Randor. The hook coming out, a blink from Life. Also trying to help out, but Big Rig Oni-chan going to get his hands back on it, get it down to Omla. And they'll fire right back as MB Current Core need two more of those to take this match.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mycotic moving a little bit too far does mean they are going to get hit there by the Rasmus primary, and unfortunately is going to lose two barriers here. Still, though, Mycotic been keeping up some really great defense and set play with now so far, so this is not the end for Gestar, to say the least.
Yeah, there is some core flips up for both sides. Randor burning is right there. Soara burning in return. Sends it down on the bottom side. He gets right past Mycotic. As now MB Current Core are on match point, and it is not looking great for Gestar. One more slip up and it's over. MB Current Core have a flip. Life has his flip. They could try and take this one, but it's going to be tight. They only have 1 point in the set here as they trade barriers, and Life and Randor pushing up on the side. Big Rig Oni-chan falling back. Omla also on the defense here, looking to convert back onto some offense. But Randor with a pendulum swing on the top side is going to bounce it down and open up the goal. Life in the midfield trying to send it back in. I'm going to get past him, though. Mycotic sending it back up as Randor trying to set up an angle here, but Big Rig Oni-chan getting in the way. Omla as well pushing up here. Core flip coming out from Big Rig Oni-chan, dribbles it, but Life with the core flip in return to try and send it back over to the other side of the field. Hook coming out from Randor goes a little bit too far, so Aura able to clear it around there. And now the fight begins as Randor looking for the KO, but Big Rig Oni-chan will survive for now. The pass down to Life as Gestar pushing up, a blink coming in, so Aura able to hold it down for now, though. Randor looking for the shot, so Aura still finds the redirect over to the Rasmus to keep it safe. Omla in the midfield, but Life trying to win this out as a pass. Randor in the middle, so Aura forced to burn the core flip there. As we go into overtime now, Omla pushing up core flip from Mycotic, a hook from Randor, sinking it into the top side. Puts Gestar on set point, and they have a chance to come back.
Again, the hooks from Randor have just been hitting differently, and we see it again there. All in all, though, no KOs exchanged, but still, that damage is still going to be really effective for just keeping people out of the play, and being able to make full use of that is what is helping these teams really bring it through. Unfortunately, though, Mycotic is going to lose 2 barriers there, but is going to gain a power play in exchange, so still has great chance to bring it over to a set 3. Or 4.
That could be dangerous, though. That primary from Sorara almost got past Mycotic. Luckily, they were able to get back in time. But having an open goal is very, very dangerous here. As we've seen, Omla has a core flip up, and Sorara teleporting in is actually going to be the one who finds the point, just running up, making it a 3v3. As MB Current Core will take their match. 3-0 here. Well played from both sides. That was a very interesting one.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that ended up being as much of a shutout as it was. It felt like in a lot of those individual plays, both teams were really showing their stuff. But in the end, MB Current Core just got a lot more of that momentum and was able to run with it, applying some really important damage to both the forward and the midfield, meaning Randor and Life just having a lot less chances to really make the big plays that we know they can make, because we saw them do it in this game. All in all, though, both teams putting up a really great fight. Looking at the stats here, everyone's on some great redirects. We've been saying that so far. No team has really been winning out fully in redirects. Both teams have just kept the core up, and that's really what you want to see. It shows that the team is passing. It shows that the teams are playing amongst each other and really trying their best to get it through.
Yeah, it was a pretty good match. Ultimately, though, the Kazan from Omla, I think, was kind of the tipping point there. Randor and Life played very well up in the forward. Randor obviously utilized that hook very, very well, but Omla with the 7 goals there just ended up kind of being devastating. It felt like he was just kind of able to, like we're seeing in the replays, just get it right through the holes in the goal net that Mycotic was not able to reach. Even with the now, it's only so fast that character can go, and the projectile moves a bit slowly, so you can't cover the entire length of that as you would with maybe like Kai's barrage or something. But ultimately, a very solid game. Congratulations to MB Current Core, though, for taking it. Let's see where that. Let me take a look. That's.
Yeah,
See what that record is.
Might be good.
Yeah. I think they had... Oh, yeah, okay. So it looks like they're 1-1 right now, which puts them in second place in Group B. So pretty solid. Gestar also 1-1 off of that loss. So still not bad. They still have a pretty good chance of coming back into this. We're still kind of early in. They got a couple more matches here to play. Should be 5 games per group, so they're still looking. Both teams here still looking pretty good, still looking pretty solid, I'd say. But yeah, overall, yeah, GG's.
That's how it goes. Yeah, currently that's how it is in that pool. A lot of teams are even out in Pool 2 with a lot of 1-1s on the board. On the other side, though, in Pool 1, it's a bit of a different story.
Oh, wow.
Currently, we have 3 teams at 2-0 dominating the round robin with Animal Style OSAS, Chikara Money, Wizard City Warriors both at 2-0. That means Chikara Clinkers, IME Enjoyers, and Chikara Hope are going to have to do a lot more to bring that record up. Very different, at the very least, from the other pool.
Yeah, looking a little bit rough over in Pool A. Chikara Money, Wizard City Warriors, and Animal Style OSAS. Very, very strong teams. Going into this, we kind of Animal Style, Wizard City Warriors, especially, were teams that people were kind of looking at as potential tournament winners in general. Wizard City Warriors, of course, being the Week 1 qualifiers as well. All three teams sitting at 2-0, 6 sets to very, very few sets dropped on all of them. Animal Style as well, 6-1, 85% set win rate, which is pretty impressive off of their 2 games. But yeah, it's going to be interesting getting into these later rounds here in Group A, I think, because Wizard City Warriors still have to fight IME Enjoyers, and this will fight IME Enjoyers, Clinkers, Hope, and Animal Style themselves. So when we start seeing some of those mirror matches between the big undefeated teams, that's where things can start to change. And of course, mirror matches between the losing teams as well, that's where they can hope to pick up some W's and maybe try and even it up when we get to those later rounds and level it out. But yeah, Pool 2 looking relatively mellow. Most teams kind of sitting at 1-1 or somewhere. Yeah, most teams sitting at 1-1, so not too much that can be shown from there right now, I guess. But
yeah, no, I get you there. It is going to be a bit, in general, it is also somewhat difficult because we got some teams still playing through their matches, so results are definitely going to change moving forward, but I would love to see, as well, the Chikara v Chikara matchups. They can be pretty enjoyable. We did see the Seraphim v Seraphim matchup earlier, so it's interesting to see 2 teams play against each other when you know that both of them are familiar with with what they know about each other. But because of that wait, we got a bit to wait on. A bit of matches coming up. And that means we're going to be taking a short break here while we wait for the teams to catch up. So, but we hope you stick around for some more matches coming up later, y'all.
yep, stick around for those final matches. They're gonna be good. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mega Strikers Season 5 finale. We've returned for match 4 now. We got 2 more of these to go. So we got set up. What is this? I just said the team names literally 5 seconds ago. Chikara Clinkers versus Chikara Hope. It is the Chikara team kill time. We already did the Seraphim one, so now it's time for the Chikara one over in the other pool here. And I'm excited for this one. I think everyone should be excited for this one because this was Chikara Hope they took literally the last qualification spot in the round 3 tiebreaker of the last week. So they snuck in here just in the nick of time. They truly were the hope of Chikara, and both teams currently sitting 0-2 in Pool A, so this could be a pretty big game for either of them. They'd have to win their next 3 to go even, or not to go even, but to get a winning record in this highly contested pool and have a chance of moving on to the bracket.
So they were sitting 0-2 when we last checked in. I believe Chikara Clinkers is now at 1-2.
Oh.
So
it would make sense to refresh. Yes, they are 1-2.
all good.
They are 1-2
all the time. Yeah, so currently Chikara Clinkers looking to make the get to neutral here at 2-2. Chikara Hope looking to get on the board here with the win, but either way, both Chikara teams both looking to make the big plays, looking to go in. And also, we're going to a different map. We're going to Imi's app, albeit might not change much. We've been seeing a lot of KOs so far, and since we're going to, Imi's app, Rasmus's app, where the KOs are not going to stopping, although it looks like Rasmus is going to be taken off the board, so not going to get KOs in the more traditional way that we're accustomed to with this map. On top of Juliet being taken out, an important ban here, Juliet also really good at just staying near that middle hole and keeping everyone on their toes, but I'm excited to see what these players decide to play on Imi's app with both of them off the board.
Yeah, it looks like it's a Drek pick for Hope here as a Kai pick coming out in the midfield for Clinkers. Kahone hovering that era goalie. Once again, I think we've seen that before. Very neat pick, especially on Imi's app. It's not a map where you see era goalie almost ever. It's usually like night market, but it's absolutely awesome that it's out here. Because I think era goalie is a lot of fun. It's definitely a bit different from other goalies, but it can be a lot of fun. And One True Unicorn on the Zen to round it off. Quick strikes, Siege Machine start coming out. Alfrix Froststaff on the Atlas being the only one who took Siege Machine. Everyone else went for the quick strikes, or for the, sorry, not quick strikes, Fighter Flight. And Killat and Shadow both going for the Pummelers build, hoping to get some sneaky KOs like we see right there. Killat just shotgunning Captain Yes off the map right there as they're looking to push this top corner here. Shadow with the Strike War is going to win it. Glitch Pop to send it back up and keep it going. Captain Yes back alive once again, but the core still over in the favor of Chikara Hope here. But Clinker's able to clear it out and bring down the barrier. Now they're looking to potentially score a point here off that storm if they can. Shadow with the glitch pop though, sending it back in the top side, brings out the turret here. Captain Yes walking it down the midfield, trying to get it over to One True Unicorn. Shadow able to win the Strike Wars and gain control now in the top corner. Killat pushing up here as well. Captain Yes and Kahone holding it down hard, getting it over to One True Unicorn, dashing for security, is going to find the point in the bottom corner as Clinkers we first on the board.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Moving into this match, Chikara Hope looking way more to kill as Killat and Shadow both going to be running pummelers here. And we already saw Killat get that early kill, but is going to have to try and keep that momentum up to really make that gear stick. But yeah, like you mentioned, with Chikara Clinkers using the Fighter Flight instead, going to have a lot of mobility just moving in, going to try and make those plays around that may not even that may mean the kills that could be coming through won't even matter, especially if Shadow, unfortunately, is going to be taken out here by that well-placed air tornado.
Yeah, that is the thing about having an Era on that backfield, especially with a strike shot. That tornado can go across pretty much the entire map, and off the power play, well, it looks like Chikara Clinkers will score once again and bring it to set point. One True Unicorn, of course, having that core flip up right now as well. Could be a pretty decent power play here as we get into it. Going into the kickoff, One True Unicorn able to win it and send it over to this bottom side to start us off the barrier. Still going to be up for now, though, as they're looking to continue this push. One True Unicorn dribbling, trying to go for this barrier with a barrage from Captain Yes. Will be able to secure it. And now it's just One True Unicorn standing up in position, waiting to procure the rock and flip it right in. The turret coming out from Shadow, though, is going to allow Killat to bring down the barrier. Core flip coming out once again. Core flip blocked by Captain Yes. Burning a core flip in return, trying to stay alive. Is going to be staggered in the midfield. Core flip whiffed by One True Unicorn, but now on this bottom side, looking to win the interaction, and will do so with the primary, finding the KO. The point not going in with the goalie down. It could be the moment they've been waiting for. Core flip pass down to One True Unicorn, sending it up to the top where Captain Yes trying to barrage it in. Killat holding it down on the defense, though. And the goal has not gone in yet. Chikara Hope able to stall out the 2v3 and keep it going. Both sides open, and now it's Shadow in the bottom looking for the glitch pop. Can't quite find it, though. Going to try again. Cyberstripping down to the bottom, but all three members of Clinkers are down there on the defense, trying to hold it down and cut these passes off as we go into overtime. Captain Yes down to One True Unicorn, looking for this shot, but the primary from Alfrex is going to send it wild back over to the other side of the field. And now Killat passing down to Shadow. The strike shot from Kahone, able to save it here. Is now Captain Yes passing down to One True Unicorn, looking for the dash that's going to be blocked by the Atlas secondary, and a bounce from Killat's going to send it all the way across the map to where Kahone can't quite reach it, as Hope will fire back.
I gotta say, in the beginning there, I was really worried because Chikara Hope didn't have a lot of energy on their side, and you know, on the reverse, Chikara Clinkers just had so many flips there up and ready. I figured even if Chikara Hope got that early score in there, you're just going to end up losing in the energy war, the resources. Really difficult to come back against, but we're able to just hold on so well. Chikara Hope able to use up all of Clinker's flips, really keeping that pressure up, and I have to give it to them. They not only kept the point for themselves, but also turned a situation that could have been much worse into a really good one.
Yeah, and Alfrex does have a core flip up here just in case. You're going to have to burn it here off of that shot from Captain Yes. Sending in the top corner, and now Killat passing down a Shadow, gets the barrier and earns Cajone's core flip, so that's always nice. But now it's Captain Yes trying to push back up. Shadow able to retake control, though. Send it over to this top side. One True Unicorn with the dash. Alfrex able to clear it out, though. But now One True Unicorn sending it down to the bottom, bringing out the Zenold. Has a core flip up, but doesn't need it. It's going to get past Alfrex before he can use the Atlas expanse in time, and Chikara Clinkers will take set one.
Yeah, One True Unicorn showing why the Zen pick is just a really strong one, able to just convert so many loose hits into empty places into a play with the mobility. I also have to give it up to Keone for some really great era goalie plays. Like you mentioned, it's not a pick we see very often, but on maps like this, like Imizap and Night Market, where you're stuck in those lanes due to what's in the middle, it can be a really strong pick with the Era Tornado especially, but also just the defense has been going great. Still, though, Alfrex going to be picking up Team Player. Really strong pick, especially with how these players have been taking the core into overtime. We may be seeing some really crazy red cores coming up soon.
Yeah, Team Player can always change the game just a little bit. The 1-2 punch as well from One True Unicorn is going to allow a bit more KO presence off the Zentars. We see Shadow's health bar already kind of depleted. The barrier is gone, though, for the side of Clinkers, so they do need to be a little bit careful with Shadow pushed up like this. Captain Yes, though, dribbling down the field. Killat walking up to try and shut that down, though, but Captain Yes will try and get it over to One True Unicorn as they look and try to make this push from the bottom side. Alfrex also just hard on the defense here with Killat. Going to be able to get it back out of there over to Shadow. Kahone able to strike for that glitch pop and save the goal from going in, but Shadow sending it back into this top corner once again. Killat pushing hard, but Kahone is holding it down. It's a little help from Captain Yes there. The turret coming out from Shadow, trying to keep it in the highway, but Kahone able to get it out there and back over to One True Unicorn. Killat finds the KO. On to Captain Yes, though. Will lose the barrier for it, but the power play has started as Killat and Shadow pushing up hard. One True Unicorn on the defense here. Alfrex is pushed up, and Killat getting taken out mid-dash. It's going to be the nail in the coffin. It's going to allow Killat to just walk up and sink it in. Well, Chikara Hope will be the first to take a point in this second set.
That was a bit fast there, but unfortunately for One True Unicorn, I believe that Zen Dash ended up being putting him right in the perfect position to be on the wrong side of that Imi glitch pop, taking him out like that. But unfortunate missteps like that, in even games like this, like we mentioned earlier, are going to lead to some really big plays, especially with the power play just continuing after that. Really difficult to come back.
Yeah, now there's some pretty nice energy on the side of Chikara Hope, and One True Unicorn getting taken out once again after getting staggered from that interaction over there is going to be a bit dangerous here. Chikara Hope able to push up though in the barriers. They're looking to keep going. Alfrex pushed up to almost the midfield here. Core flip coming out from Killat, getting traded with Kone's core flip, sends it up to the top, sends it right into One True Unicorn's dash. Very nicely timed there. From the side of Clinkers to regain that core control. And now they're looking to bring down this barrier here. Captain Yes versus Killat in the bottom side, looking for this barrier. One True Unicorn able to find it, but Shadow is still up in position as we go into overtime. All three members racing to control this core. The highway coming out here as well, and Alfred sending it in, but a Giga from Captain Yes! The Giga Goat sends it mid-pass and just sinks it right in. Chikara Clinkers will tie it up.
I gotta give Captain Yes the Giga Goat title for that incredible play there, just finding that amazing time to throw it on top of that, going in and immediately picking up that barrier. Captain Yes really showing off some amazing plays now and might lead to a pretty quick second goal here if the momentum keeps going.
Yeah, they brought down the barrier once again. A glitch pop from Shadow is going to send it over, and fortunately the strike shot couldn't quite find the angle for Kahone to be able to save it. So both goals are open now, and Shadow looking for the shot in the top is actually going to find it. Kahone, in that 50-50 situation, you don't know if they're going up or down, is going to lose that interaction. So Chikara Hope have brought themselves to set point. They have a flip up. They could find a way to do this, almost getting a barrier off kickoff. Kahone with the strike shot, though, was able to save that one. But now Shadow pushing up hard is going to be able to win that strike war and open up that side of the goal. Captain Yesen's bottom versus Killat as well. Trying to get it up to One True Unicorn, but Killat able to get it out and over to Shadow. The highway coming out here. Kahone is on the defense, brings out the storm, but Shadow still pushing hard, getting staggered for it, though. Has to play for his life a little bit here. Kahone pushing up, or not pushing up, but on the defense, has a core flip up as Captain Yes trying to stall it out. Killat pushing up now, though, and Shadow still staggered here, trying to stay safe, forces out the core flip from Killat. Trying to get back over to One True Unicorn. The expanse from Alfrex is going to shut down that push, though. That's sending it back in the midfield. Kahone will find the KO. On to Shadow here. Core flip coming out from Alfrex. Gets shut down by the barrage from Captain Yes, and now Clinkers is pushing hard in this bottom corner. Alfrex on the defense. Kahone pushing up here as well. Captain Yes passing up to One True Unicorn into the top side. They'll find the point. Clinkers will tie it up. Set point.
Yeah, a really great series of impressive passes there is going to secure a great goal. Ultimately, though, Shadow really running a lot of that amazing offense game. Aimee is just someone who, once you get her abilities working, Aimee can just really cleanly play that forward game while also just locking off so much. In this case, Killat getting a great kill there yet again. But yeah, it's just Shadow's been able to run that offensive game almost alone sometimes, but the support from Killat has just been doing so well. Really difficult to fight against that.
Yeah, and that pummeler Strakar from Killat has just been so dirty. 2 KOs already coming out from just shotgunning someone who walks too close to the center there. But now it's Shadow pushing up with that glitch pop. Will earn the barrier here. Kahone and Captain Yes going to have to be on the defense. Getting it over to One True Unicorn. Zen ulting on the goal line. Doesn't get the point, but killed the goalie instead, making it a 2v3. Captain Yes looking to capitalize on this power play. Passing down. One True Unicorn going to the top. Kahone's going to have to come up to the midfield, though, to try and help get it past Killat. But Killat wins the strike war and keeps it held down until Alfrex respawns. And now it is all evened out as we go into overtime here. But Captain Yes sending it into the top side, and One True Unicorn just standing on the goalie is going to be able to slow down long enough for Clinkers to take the set.
Yeah, unfortunately, in that point there, Alfrex not having a lot of options to clear away with One True Unicorn covering up top there and Captain Yes just running up. Not a lot of angles to get it out, and it gave Captain Yes a really clean hit up there into the goal. But still, Chikara Hope going to be looking here to switch the momentum around. A lot of close points, though, so it really still is anyone's game despite the score, and I'd love to see Chikara Hope come back in with this. Ultimately, though, some pretty important picks here. Captain Yes going to be picking up a lot more barrages with rapid fire, but additionally, we talked about explosive entrance before. One True Unicorn on the Zen has the explosive entrance. Going to be seeing even more damage coming out. That's going to make those power plays way more effective.
Yeah, and also Knife's Edge getting picked up by Kahone. That's going to allow for a lot more mobility on the goalie, but of course, there's a very important deny against the enemy team on this map. It's one of the best awakenings you can get on Rasmus app, but it is Clinkers who are going to be opening up with the first point there. And now potentially looking for more here, but it is Hope winning the kickoff and earning the barrier here. Killat pushing up hard as well. Alfrex now has to be on the defense as the core gets sent back over to their side of the field. Unicorn and Captain, yes, pushing hard in this bottom corner. The barrage coming out, but Shadow coming back on the defense here as well. Can't get this core out of the corner though. Okay, there they go. They find the clear, but once your Unicorn with the long dash is gonna be right up there to respond and keep it held down in the midfield. Looking for the pass here, but the primary from Alfrex is going to send it back over to Shadow. The storm coming out from Gahone as the strike ward gets set up, but Gahone able to win that one and get it back over to the midfield. Captain Yes just kind of stalling it out, waiting on the core, waiting for that pass. Going to be able to try and find it over on that bottom side, but now shifting over to the top. Gahone does have a core flip up, but so does Alfrex should things get dicey here for either goalie, but the barrier obviously is still up for the side of Chikara Hope. Core flip burned here from Gahone. The shotgun from Killat's going to get it down to where Shadow is. Be able to win the interaction. And Chikara Hope are going to tie it up once again.
Yeah, Shadow beautifully using the advantage from the recovery drone. We talk a lot about how it can res you, but recovery drone with the size increase can be really helpful in those small strike war moments like we saw. Additionally, while Killat may not have access to Knife's Edge for more of those Drakkar kills, Killat isn't feeling too sad as Spark of Leadership and Spark of Strength does help the team as well as further improve Drakkar's power, and that may come into play later on, but not here as Killat just going to cleanly do the Drakkar shotgun tango to bring it in for that point too, and it looks like it might be Chikara Hope's time to bring the reverse sweep.
Yeah, unfortunate angle from Gahone. Hit that little corner just wrong, and it ended up bouncing up instead of clearing out through the bottom side, and it just allowed the setup for Killat to sink it in. So this does bring Chikara Hope to set point, but a core flip from One Tree Unicorn is going to open up the barrier here, and good defense by Gahone as well on this top side. Still keeping it held down on the barrier strike war to get it over to the forward for One Tree Unicorn. It's just uncontested. Going to be able to sink it in. Alfrex pushed up on the top side. He thought that barrier was going down, but it was not. And now it's tied up on set point, match point for Clinkers, should they be able to take this one.
Yeah, ultimately, these points are just moving so fast. Everyone's just getting so many of those great plays. But again, Gahone and Alfrex just really holding it down to the point that it's really an endurance game for both teams who can really outlast each other in getting the core in the right position, although that's going to be difficult as Shadow going to be taken out, and that may lead to the power play that ends the game. You've got to watch out.
Yeah, and Alfrex holding it down very well on the goal line there, but it's still going to be tough. Shadow has respawned, but the core is still on their side of the field here. Conan keeps sending it back in, as now it's just Alfrex on the bottom, the Giga coming out, but Killat was invisible right there to hold it down, but a pass now up to One Tree Unicorn, the glitch pop from Shadow to try and keep it out of their hands, but Captain Yes is still pushing hard. He is staggered though, so it could be a bit dangerous. Kahone unfortunately going to miss the core. The barrier is going to fall down now as Hope are looking to push back in this top side. Killat and Shadow versus all three members of Clinkers, but it gets red cored all the way around. One Tree Unicorn finds the point as Alfrex was a little too low for the core flip, and that's the game.
Yeah, just that's unfortunate because again, it was so close. So much of this was just 3-2, but in the end, yeah, just that unfortunate missed position there is going to be the small mistake. In overtime with flips on the board, not even there though, with Zentaro primary there just going in, I guess because it's Zentaro, it's so easy for the core to go into red core mode, and with Imizap not having a lot of safety for where the core can go, you just have to be ready for anything. In the end, though, Chikara Clinkers pretty handily winning it out, but all in all, a lot of close points there. So good work to Chikara Hope for clinging on, but ultimately, yeah, Chikara Clinkers bringing it through. I guess we can look here at the stats real quick. Although for the most part, it's pretty even-sided. I mean, we got 5 KOs on both teams. We saw some of those power plays come up, but in general, both teams were able to really make use of them, as we saw. Still, though, Again, same on the redirects. We've been seeing games this whole time where, in general, the redirects have been pretty even among both teams. Although, shout out to Kione for really running the redirect game for this one and just gapping everyone else in the lobby, both on redirects and saves in this case. We'd been shouting out the defense up to this point, and it's continued. Although, again, both teams have really showcased what they can do when they perform. But in the end, yeah, like again, those small changes, the small mistakes are going to lead to a team taking it through.
Yeah, and with that win, it's going to put Clinkers at a healthy 2-2, which is not bad at all. They're going to need to win their next game, though, no questions asked, and then hope that the top three fall in their favor. Right now, Animal Style is sitting at 3-0. They've only lost one set all night, and are looking to be the first place in that pool. Chikara Money also sitting at 3-1, as well as Wizard City Warriors, both 3-1, battling over those top three spots. And Clinkers have a chance to sneak in there if they get one more win, and if Money or Wizard City Warriors loses in their next potential game. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that goes for them. So that's the standings for Pool A. Let's take a look real quick at Group B and see how they're doing. Boop, boop, boop. And it looks like, yeah, Group B a little bit further behind than Group A, but Spark of Friendship and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal currently in the lead, sitting at 2-1, and everyone else is either at 1-1 or 1-2. So a little bit too early to tell there, but it is Spark of Friendship and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal who are leading that pool.
Yeah, ultimately, I'm very curious. We got to see some pretty big games in this one, but we have yet to see some of the other teams that are really top of the charts, like Animal Style you mentioned, but also Spark of Friendship. I'm curious what's happening over there in Pool 2. Although the games are a bit slower behind compared to Pool 1, I'm sure as things catch up, we'll be seeing a lot more of how these other teams interact with each other. But ultimately, so far, some really even-sided games here and there, both teams on all these games showing what they can do, and we'll have to hope that that trend continues moving forward.
Yeah, it's looking kind of interesting. This Pool A, Animal Style, and Wizard City Warriors and Chikara Money are all looking very, very strong. Animal Style, especially with a 90% set win rate, is looking to be very scary. They have one more game against the dreaded Wizard City Warriors as well, so that could be. I think if Wizard City Warriors lose that, it gives Chikara Clinkers a chance if they win their next game, depending on how the sets end up going. But that's kind of Clinkers' win condition here, is Wizard City Warriors loses and they win in this upcoming game. But that's going to be a pretty solid one that's going to be coming up later. But I believe we're going to be sending it to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Wizard City Warriors versus Animal Style. The honestly probably the match of the night here between these two juggernauts of teams, which whoever wins this can determine the outcome of the top three and really what this pool is going to end up looking like. So a very, very crucial game, kind of for all teams involved in the running here. Going to be coming up shortly, so you don't want to be missing that.
Yeah, ultimately, Animal Style, really good chance here to possibly get 5-0 this round robin, putting them in a great spot for the bracket. But you'll just have to see for yourself if they can make the jump. For now, though, we'll talk to y'all later to see some more matches.
And welcome back to OSAS Season 5 finale. Getting into these last couple rounds of the round robin here. I am Nubsta with Potato Player, as we have now switched casters. And how are you doing this fine evening, Potato?
I'm not too bad. I played with some fellow Mega Strikers players in a few other games tonight, but now I'm here, I'm locked in, I'm ready for some Mega Strikers. And it looks like today, or for this match at least, we have the Wizard City Warriors versus the Animal Style OSAS team, which I'm looking forward for. A lot of good players between both of these rosters, and I'm going to be interested to see how this game goes.
Interested indeed. I have to say that there is a little bit of caster bias here for me specifically, because Moshi was on my OSAS Season 2 team back in OSAS Season 2, and we ended up placing 4th in that one. And so he's kind of been like one of my favorite players in the game overall since, honestly, picking up the competitive scene. And I've actually met Matu and Scandals personally, so it was just really fun to meet all those guys. And the Animal Style Discord is an absolute romp, so a little bit of a bias for me. But I will say, Wizard City Warriors has been on quite a tear throughout the OSAS thing, especially qualifying in week 1 and proving that they were like one of the strongest teams to make it here to the finals. So now they're up against Animal Style OSAS to see if they can continue to on this spree, or will Animal Styles be able to take this team and enter yet another finale for them?
Yeah, and we have been talking a little bit about how about the teams, but I might also add that we did have a size start with recovery drone. So the first hooks from Rasmus on this app might be gone a little to waste, but we might also be seeing a lot of kills because it is that Deadeye Rasmus on this map. We're going to see a whole lot of hooks into that middle, and I think a lot of the game is going to revolve around these Rasmuses being able to get those kills like you saw right there.
That looked almost like your car got the KO, except Moshi finding the Deadeye hook there, and now this power play for the side of Animal OSAS could prove to be fatal. With the Mako coming out, not quite able to secure it though, and Wizard City Warriors holds it in spite of a power play that looked ever against their favor. But a nice pass down to Scandals means that QI Jacob is not able to find that hit, and Scandals takes the first point for Animal Style OSAS.
Yeah, and I might also add that both Rasmuses do have that pummelers right here, so we are going to see a whole lot of damage, and we're also going to see some pretty big power plays when they do get the power plays, just with that extra speed that pummelers will give you when you get a kill. But what I might also add is that the nice claps on that Kai only has slick kicks, which only has slick kicks and Deadeye, which is that recovery drone that they didn't take, which might also prove to be a bit fatal, because I believe they already have died once in this match, and they're looking really low once more.
And Moshi's taken off the pitch there despite having core flip. Unfortunate for Animal Style OSAS, but with Nice Claps being so low, it's going to be tough for Dogitos to really make this play work here. But double flip coming out, and they still get the barrier. Nice Claps saying, you can hold me down, but you can't keep me out. As now, it's Wizard City Warriors looking to push this point forward.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams are both working together very well. The first point went pretty heavily in the favor of Animal Style OSAS team, but at the same time, Wizard City Warriors just pulled up for this point, and we're able to just dismantle that offensive pressure from Animal Style and just push it straight past Matu on that slow Mako goalie, which has great defensive potential, but when you can get it around her like you just saw there, with just passing it around, you're able to get so much more offensive pressure and so many more opportunities for these kills and goals off of it.
Kills and goals indeed, as now Animal Style OSAS find yet another KO, but QI Jacob just holding it down on this Dubu right now, able to clear it across a multitude of things, as Moshi eventually finds the barrier with Dubu not having any cooldowns left to make the defense happen. Now with open goals, Matu forward to Moshi and Scandals, able to find the pass, but not able to find the snipe on the clear from QI Jacob. And The strike from Nice Claps almost goes in. The hook not quite early enough to pull Matu out of it. Nice Claps down to Dogitos. The team play coming in. The ult having to be used by Matu to keep this pressure away. And now it seems like it's OSAS, Animal Style OSAS's turn to keep this pressure forward. And Dogitos, no, an unfortunate secondary into their own goal brings set point for Animal Style OSAS.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for the side of Wizard City Warriors, but at the same time, we did see Scandals and Moshi kind of put Dogitos in a position where they either needed to use that, secondary or just try and take something. And it looks like we did have Moshi AFK for a few seconds, but we are back. We are back online. Oh my gosh, double Rasmus hook. Gonna take both of the Rasmuses out, and that was a 2-on-2 here.
Double Rasmus all the way across the sky as both Rasmai KO each other into the center, and not really much going to happen here in this 2v2. But Nice Claps using the primary, not quite able to get it, and Matu using the ensnare drums to keep the pressure away. Now with the pressure forward, Scandals moving up, has the flip, opts to use it, but the Summer Assault holds it in place, but Scandals with the strike shotgun finds the barrier, almost evades the hook, but then walks right into it, and unfortunately gives a power play over to Wizard City Warriors, who now threaten to potentially take this barrier and the point, despite having the good offense early.
Yeah, and I mean, now they do have a power play for Wizard City Warriors. They're going to open up that barrier, which means that Animal Style is going to have to keep this core out of their net, but at the same time, Moshi, great job of getting it around QI Jacob. And I mean, they just worked together as a team so very well in that point. They were able to pass it together, and then Moshi knew when to kind of hold that core for themselves and put it right past QI Jacob.
And now a lot here for Moshi to kind of almost pick of the litter, really. Siege Machine, Knife's Edge is up. I mean, Knife's Edge kind of that win condition almost on this map. Rapid Fire actually going to QI Jacob. A bit good denial against that Drakkar. Whereas Prize Fighter actually goes to Dogitos. So both these Rasmuses are going to be even larger threats than they already were. But most notably, Mako for Ma2 finds the heavy impact, one of the best awakenings for that character. Scandals opting for the aerials. Nice Claps opting for the stagger swagger, keep themselves alive as best they can. Scandals actually already taken out. First things first, get people off the pitch and make the play later, as Nice Claps taken off the pitch despite having the stagger swagger, and the ensnare drums coming out, making this pressure known, and Scandals finds the strike into the barrier. But can they make this play come forward? Can they get this point? No, Nice Claps gets the barrier off of a great Giga. QI Jacob waits for the shotgun, not able to get the score is Scandals, but the hook from Moshi means that yet another power play comes. And the stun not quite there. The sword angle is great from QI Jacob, but Scandals is right there in the right spot at the right time to find the strike. And a nice point from Animal Style OSAS.
Yeah, and I mean, that was an amazing play from Moshi there, because they understood that, hey, this Knife's Edge and Deadeye power adding up is going to let me kill basically from Juliet dash punch range, just using that one hook. And they were able to do it then, and they did it once more right there, taking out Nice Claps. And now it's a 2-on-3. Animal Style is currently up in players, but there is only 2 seconds left for Nice Claps to come back. And now we are going to see the 3-on-3 once more, but Animal Style does have the core up on the side of Wizard City Warriors and has a great chance to score this right here and now.
What a save from Nice Claps, though. Finding, despite the KO coming out on the goalie who had recovery drone, Nice Claps able to find the strike and make this work. And with both Rasmuses off the board, it's looking like it's not going to be an easy goal here. But with Moshi coming back and the snipe almost coming from Scandals, Animal Style OSAS threatening to make this goal. And Moshi with this speed and this power is looking devastating. But Scandals taken off the pitch from Dogito's hook. Matu opting to use the flip but not able to get it out. And now this attack is looking quite deadly. Barrier goes down. Nice Claps up to Dogitos. Finds the pass. Finds the secondary. Matu secondary, unfortunately, too late. And pushes it right into his own goal. 1-1 in the set.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Matu, that Mako secondary isn't the best at just keeping that core out. And if you can get it around her, she doesn't really have any options when she uses it. Oh, great hook from Moshi as well. But, I mean, they did lose that point, Animal Style. But now they're coming back with a vengeance, looking to just kind of take this point once again. Nice Claps is almost dead, and Dogito's just now coming back up from that kill. And I mean, they're looking so just to put this damage back on to the side of Wizard City Warriors, whereas in some of these last points, in the previous point, they were looking for a lot more of a core control oriented kind of team play.
Oh no! And Nice Claps finds the catches Moshi's dribble off the top and just finds a nice barrage into Matu's clear down. Gets a nice goal rewarded off of the power play made from Scandals actually getting taken out from another hook from Dogito's. These Rasmuses are really kind of gave up on targeting each other and mostly just going for the other player on the enemy team. And so far it's worked out for both sides whenever they're able to get these other players off the pitch.
Yeah, and I mean, something I'd kind of like to see from both sides is throwing that core into that hook or baiting out those hooks from the Rasmus, and then just kind of using something to just get past it. Because, I mean, we saw a few times those hooks really have stopped killing after the first few points just because everybody's used to it, everybody's ready for it. And we are going to see a few kills here and there, but I mean, the most recent kill on Dogito's there was from Scandals on the Jakar rather than really that hook.
But a hook comes out for Dogito's, finds Moshi, and opts to go for the other enemy Rasmus who doesn't have the evade. And now it's offense for Wizard City Warriors, but Scandals finds the clear and finds the shotgun into QI Jacob. The aerial's range just barely enough to catch that, and Scandals basically 1v3s that point with a little bit of aid from Matu's secondary. And now they threaten to take yet another set against Wizard City Warriors, despite Wizard City Warriors going up the first 2 points.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it in the past here on BestieInSlot, and everybody's seen it pretty much. But you can go down 2-0 in points in a set, but if you just lock in, get ready, and great redirect from Moshi, you're going to be able to just kind of take those points back and potentially turn the set around in your favor.
A little preemptive flip there from Scandals, blocked out by QI Jacob, but a hook from Moshi means that Nice Claps is off the pitch yet again, and now it's just passing back and forth, keeping this offense going, keeping the pressure up. The speed that Mako is giving, as well as the Knife's Edge and Rasmus's own secondary, means that Animal Style OSAS pressure is immense. And here comes Scandals yet again, finds the strike shotgun, beats out the log, a little too slow, and Animal Style OSAS go up 2 sets before Wizard City Warriors can find even one.
Yeah, and I mean, they're looking really powerful right now, just ready to take this game home for themselves. And
missile prop, oh wow.
Yeah, we are going to get missile prop probably. But I'm not sure what the hovers are. We are going to see that missile prop coming out for Moshi that is more damage and more potential range coming out on that hook, which means that you can get a kill from pretty much anywhere across the map. We're also going to see a team player and a hotshot pickup, though, for the side of Wizard City Warriors, which means that the core is going to go very, very fast on that side. I might also add we are seeing a Scandals pick up that Quick Strike and Montu pick up that Glass Cannon. I'm not complaining at all about that extra strike cooldown speed or just speed in general for Mako, because you love speed, especially as a goalie. But we are going to see here kind of a stalemate right now. And I mean, nobody's getting too much going just yet.
Not much going just yet. Dogito's threatening with the secondary, but able to find the clear is Animal Style OSAS, and they find the barrier and yet another KO on Dogito's. And here comes Scandals yet again. This has been the Scandals show, and picking up this quick strikes means this forward pressure is even more immense. And look at that, just able to strike despite having already struck means you can just beat out Dubu's secondary. And Animal Style OSAS takes the first point in what could be match point for them. Matt, sorry, my bad. Set-ish, Matt? I don't know how to say that, actually.
I don't know.
Anyway, continue.
All I know is that they're 2 goals away from taking this set home and winning this match, putting them up, I believe, 4-0 in today's matches. But we are going to see them able to get that clear out for now, for the time being. And I mean, the team play, the defensive play is coming out from Animal Style is working so well. I mean, they're a coordinated team. They've been together for a while, but I mean, they're just working together to kind of dismantle this defense. Although we did just see that the first kill on Moshi, And now the side of Wizard City Warriors might be able to turn this game around just a little bit in their favor.
A little bit, but the KO ends up not finding any purchase, and now Moshi comes back, finds his own KO, and now has the pressure with Scandals backing him up with the quick strikes, the shotgun. QI Jacob not opting to use the flip there for the save, and the flip from Dogitos is whiffed. But with the hook coming out to KO Moshi, now it's Wizard City Warriors on the offensive. But Scandals is a known midfield player, can make this defense happen with the help of Matu. And so far, their defenses seem nearly impenetrable despite these power plays. But I say that, and barrier goes down, and an unfortunate primary from Matu to try and save it, knocks it right in, trying to avoid the primary from Nice Claps. And Wizard City Warriors able to make that work despite looking a little grim.
Yeah, and I mean, Matu was able to get the hit with the primary, but not quite able to just get that control. And we are going to see this tied points up in this set. Oh my gosh, it's going to go right around the barrier. That's crazy. Happens every once in a while. But oh, that's a double kill. And now QI Jacob is alone on that defensive line.
And I think Rasmus Primary actually does benefit from Deadeye at the very tip of it, despite being single size. And so that looked almost like a Deadeye hit, or at least the power from Knife's Edge coming into play yet again. But the double power play sees no benefit. They're not able to get the barrier. QI Jacob able to hold it down. And Moshi and Scandals looking for another opportunity to get it out here. And Snare Drums comes out against Nice Claps offense. But it comes back. Nice Claps, not much left now, but the Giga finds the barrier there. And not able to find the goal totally. Nice Claps in control, but Scandals takes it away. Make sure that Nice Claps can't take advantage of this power play. And not a lot really coming out here for either teams. The shotgun a little wide. QI Jacob not able to find it.
Yeah, and we're seeing Animal Style just running forward, using that core flip from Moshi to just kind of convert that straight into a goal, put it past the two defensive players. And now Animal Style is on match point we have seen a little bit of pressure coming out from Wizard City Warriors, but not the kind of pressure we need to see for them to pull this back out. And I mean, already we do have that barrier down for Wizard City Warriors. We have a core flip for Scandals, and the core flip for QI Jacob is gone. It's going to be a little dangerous here, trying to just keep that core out for Wizard City Warriors.
It looks like they've mostly led to the storm, but QI Jacob, an unfortunate roll the wrong direction, means Scandals just has the freest shot in Omega Strikers history for match point for the game, and I believe Animal Styles OSAS now qualifies for the finale bracket, which will, I believe, be next week sometime. I mean, Animal Style OSAS proving that they are a very veteran team, having played together now, I think, for at least a couple months, and showing these passing plays happen, taking advantage of these power plays as much as possible, forcing QI Jacob to use all of the tools and still maintaining core control, and eventually finding the goal off of a Dubu who's just becomes a strike bot after a few uses of abilities. And ultimately, despite the Rasmus pick going for both teams, it looked looking kind of even for the Rasmus's. Moshi coming out with 16 KOs on this IME's app Rasmus, just really proving the difference here, with Scandals being the main goal scorer for Animal Style OSAS.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Scandals, something that I'd like to point out, using those secondaries, using that the invisibility cloak very, very well throughout the course of the match, just using it to win strike wars, get in a great position for themselves, and ultimately score the goals so many times. And something I'd also like to add is Animal Style is currently up 4-0. They have lost a single set out of those 4 matches. The one set that they lost was the Chikara Clinkers, who are an amazing team in their own right. But, I mean, Animal Style has only lost 1 set, and they're currently 4-0. That is an amazing, amazing stat currently. And, I mean, they did a great job, and I believe, as you said, they have qualified as well.
I believe they've clinched their position just simply because they're the only team that has 4 wins in the first four rounds, and with the fifth round mostly being completed for a lot of these teams, they pretty much have no chance of losing their spot currently. And I think, yeah, if looking at this score, they're going to be on winner's side regardless if they even lose this next game. So they're sitting pretty. They're sitting pretty with these 4 wins against everyone else having 3 or less.
Yeah, I mean the projected first seed for the finale, Wizard City Warriors, just lost their match to Animal Style, but they also lost to Chikara Money earlier, ending with a score of 3-2 or 3-2, at 9 and 10.
They're actually eliminated.
They are eliminated. I didn't realize
Yeah,
that.
they're eliminated because Chikara Money and Chikara Clinkers have a better score ratio than them, 10-8 and 12-8 versus 9-10.
I see. So
If I'm not mistaken, that means if I'm not mistaken, the 10 and 12 are better than the 9 in this case, which means that they can't possibly get top 3, which means they're eliminated.
I mean, the reasoning works out, and yet it does look like Chikara Clinkers and Chikara Money. Oh yeah, both teams have more wins and fewer losses from the looks of it
New
than
lobby.
any of the other teams here. And I mean, yeah, as I said earlier, Animal Style OSAS 4-0. But while we are waiting for this next match to get going, I might add, currently the standings for bracket or pool 1 of this finale are Animal Style OSAS once again with 4-0, Chikara Clinkers with 3-2, Chikara Money 3-2, Wizard City Warriors 3-2, and then Chikara Hope 1-3, and finally to end it out off the pool is going to be Ivy Enjoyers with 0-5.
Yeah, and pool 1 is actually technically done, because even if Chikara Hope beat Animal Style OSAS, they only have 2 wins. So pool 1 is already clinched for everyone that has their positions. Animal Style in first, what looks to be Chikara Clinkers in second. I'm not entirely sure on what's going to happen seeding-wise there, and Chikara Money in third. So Chikara Money, Chikara Clinkers probably interchangeable in some regard, but Animal Style OSAS clearly on top, and pool 1 is done for the day. And I believe now we are going over to a pool 2 match between Spark of Friendship and Guest Star. I almost want to read that like if you know the old show Home Improvement. Guest Star?
Like
with a triple question mark.
Like a name, like a Gustav or something.
No, Home Improvement was a pretty old sitcom, and it had like this. I think Tim Allen actually recorded it, but it had. It was like a sound that was playing during the intro of that show, and so whenever I see people that are being really incredulous, I think of that show specifically.
Yeah, I'm not too sure as to the reference, but I mean, if you're explaining it, I am inclined to believe
it is a pretty old show, so I don't blame you for that one. Me showing my age here. But we are getting into it here. Pool 2 ended up being a little bit delayed, but it looks like all round 3 matches. Nope, we're still waiting on one more round 3 result. But so far, we have Seraphim Sanguine Urpal. I'm guessing that's how you say it. Is 3-1, looking pretty nice with their 9-4 win record. Very good chances to make it out of this pool, if not already clinched. And based on the records, I think it's already clinched, but it could change depending on some possible wins in these round 4 matches that are still playing out. So Seraphim, yeah, Sanguine Urpal, 3-1. Rastel and adopted son Ken Clam, currently 1-2. Seraphim Crimson, currently 1-2. Guest Star is 2-2. Spark of Friendship 2-1, and MB Current Core 1-2. So pretty even scores across the board, honestly. I think a lot of these can go a different way, especially if we see some good upsets come out. I don't know. What's your opinion, Potato Player?
I don't know. I mean, I was able to meet a few of these players at the LAN in Arizona, but I mean, honestly, I was casting Seraphim, Sanguine, Oracle, their qualification matches. I believe either last week or 2 weeks ago. I'm not entirely sure, but Spark of Friendship was also in that pool, and I also casted Guest Star and I think MB Current Core. So I know of a lot of these teams, and I was there to see a lot of them qualify. And I mean, they all have some great wins and some amazing plays under their belt. So I'm kind of excited to see how this is going to turn out. I think Sanguine Urpal, I haven't really seen the players too much, but I mean, I know they're good, they're experienced, but at the same time, I remember Guest Star making an amazing performance during their match, and so I think I'm expecting them to kind of like get out of this 2-2 and maybe turn it into a 3-2 for themselves, to put themselves at a higher spot in the pool and eventually qualify.
Potentially qualify indeed. Apparently there is a problem, so
Oh no.
that's just on my end. I don't know what happened to the spreadsheet that I had open, but it seems to have collapsed. I will work on fixing that as we wait for this game to come through. I believe we are actually waiting on a result of a game before this one can even start. If I'm not mistaken, Spark of Friendship might actually currently still be in a game. Thus, we have to wait for things to come across here. But, honestly, I have to say that I don't want to use the word pedigree, so I guess I'll say the level of play that's been coming out of OSAS lately has been quite high. Certainly a lot higher than when I played back in Season 2. And I don't know if you have any OSAS experience yourself, Potato Player, but I will say that most of these teams, even the ones that didn't qualify, would have done quite well if not won OSAS 2, as I think a lot of us were still kind of figuring out the game. So it's been really impressive to see how well a lot of these teams have been working together, especially any team that didn't have necessarily a history of playing together. To see them come here and be in this competitive environment against teams of their level and potentially even above their level in some regards, and still able to find wins here and there, or find wins in general to qualify for these matches. I've been really enjoying the OSAS games I've been watching, and I know I commented on a lot, but whenever you talk to Vaughn, he always talks about how OSAS is like the content king of Omega Strikers, because you never know who's actually going to win. One team can seem way better and then they can get eliminated, like we saw today with Wizard City Warriors, and another team that seems like they might be on the weak side ends up coming back and winning it all. So OSAS really is kind of the heart of the community, being majority of the players around the Diamond and Plat level. So it's nice to see how much further the game has been taken in these levels of play.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't quite been able to participate in OSAS. I ended the beta season in gold, and then before I really ever learned about OSAS, I had already shot up to Challenger and then became hard stuck, of course. But so I never quite got to participate in the OSAS events, but I have a lot of friends that did get a lot of their starts back in OSAS tournaments, and I know a lot of players use this as kind of their way to kick off. And I mean, I believe you are currently Pro League after playing in OSAS Season 2, and so I mean, these players are able to just kind of take their matches, learn from them, and as we're seeing from a few of these teams, use the experiences that they're able to get from the weeklies and just in between until the qualifier to work together as teams and figure out what they want to do, how they want to get better, and eventually get to the level that we're seeing today in the finale, and just in this finale in general, where these teams are organized and they know how to pass, they know how to work together to get the core in the net, is what I'm seeing a whole lot of right now. They're just able to kind of dismantle these defenses at a level that you're kind of seeing in OSAS, or you're in NASA and NASL, where just these kind of team plays are coming out, and these teams are working so well together to just get the core in the net and win and have fun while doing it, hopefully.
I will say I had a lot of fun in my OSAS season. I know our finale games went a little poorly, and I kind of didn't feel good about our achievements there, mostly on the back of my play. But I will say OSAS in general was very fun as a thing, and really kind of sparked my want to stay in the Omega Strikers scene. Not necessarily as like a super high-end player, but just to play the game and interact with the community in general. So, surprisingly, OSAS was not my first rodeo, though. My first rodeo, believe it or not, was Locke Runer's end of Season 1 tournament. He held a tournament at the end of Season 1 in late December, and I was part of that with Doki Oki and Dot, if you know those players. I haven't seen them play in a long time, so I kind of hope they come back to the game eventually. And we ended up winning that tournament. And that's also where Just Logan 2 came from. He was like one of the best players in that tournament series. And so we were all just trying to ban Just Logan and make sure that he couldn't play the game so we could actually win. And then he grinded out the game like crazy and is now in Plink Plonk in NASA. So...
Yeah, I mean, knowers know that Just Logan cannot be banned out at this point in time. But I mean, I myself have kept a spreadsheet, and while we're just waiting for this match to get started, I started playing back with Voddle's Primetime Tuesday.
Oh wow!
Where I played with some friends from high school, and we, if I'm looking at this correctly, we're seeded 30th, and then we added 31 teams, and then we won one set and lost 4 sets. And our one set that we lost, you won't believe this, but or our one set that we won, it was a DQ win. So, I mean, the
easiest win of your life.
True. The ways that players will get started and like just find their way into the community. Because, I mean, after that tournament, I joined the Discords. I was like, oh, this game's pretty fun. I want to play in tournaments now. And so I just started, and I mean, now I've played in a total of 35 tournaments, which isn't a lot right now, but at the same time, I've had a lot of fun playing in each and every tournament, although I have gone 0-2 a few times. A lot of times, but I mean that's why OSAS is here, because all these teams and all these players get to find the tournaments where they can just improve and have fun with each other. Unfortunately,
0-2 is the larger percentage of players, just simply because of how brackets work. So some people have to go 0-2 for the winners to be crowned. But enough about the history of us for now. The players have entered the lobby. This is the lore session for today. Close the book, bind up the tome. It's time to get into some OSAS, as I believe they're still working on picks and bans, but we should be getting into it relatively soon. And any thoughts on the current teams we have on the screen?
So we got, let's see. So we have Guest Star versus Spark of Friendship. I believe as I said earlier, but I believe I casted both of these teams' qualification matches to get into OSAS finale here. But personally, I remember Linky Fox and the side of Spark of Friendship most recently, and I remember that Linky Fox had a lot of amazing plays on that defensive line, and they did end up, I believe, performing an upset. Let me see this. Yeah, so they beat Shikara Cheating in the quarterfinals of the OSAS Weekly number 4 bracket, and then they proceeded to upset Shikara Hope in that semifinals for that bracket and qualify 3 winners without, I believe, dropping any matches, really. And so, I mean, they played really, really well during those qualification matches, and now we're going to see him here playing to potentially, I'm not sure if this is for qualification right now, but it does still mean a whole lot here. As we're getting into round 5, we have these Swagger, Stagger, and Timeless Start. I'm a bit interested in seeing what these team comps are going to look like. For right now, it's looking a lot like a Swagger kind of a match.
Yeah, when that Stagger Swagger comes out, the damage tends to go away, and especially with Zentaro being banned, both sides just opting for the very typical Rasmus Estelle and then goalie of choice. And in this case, goalie of choice is actually the Rasmus. So Spark of Friendship, channeling the power of friendship and the power of midfield and saying, you know what, we're just going to double midfield. Who needs a forward anyway?
Yeah, I think they had something similar last week, actually. But, I mean, I love Rasmus goalie. I will never complain about seeing a Rasmus goalie. But, I mean, right now, it looks like damage, or Swagger Stagger is pretty weak, as the one person who hasn't taken Stagger Swagger has already gotten staggered. And that being Profanity, who has regen back to full by now, but, I mean, damage was just immediately getting poured straight onto that Timeless Juno, and you can't really do a whole lot when you're getting hit by half the lobby.
Can do a lot indeed when the damage is coming your way, but the pressure comes out from Spark of Friendship. Profanity never being KO'd means that they were able to find the barriers and Smags, the defense from Smags and Linky Fox, eventually leading to the forward pressure from a Boots Rasmus, Momentum Boots Rasmus, not Pauldron's. And they're able to just keep the pressure on, and Mycotic's secondary not able to keep it out.
Yeah, and I mean, we are getting going, but I have received word that apparently both of these matches, or this match, is going to be really, really important for both of these teams, because, let's see, Spark of Friendship is currently standing, I believe, first in the pool, with Guest Star, question mark, standing at third in the pool. So both of them are looking to qualify here, but at the same time, if Spark of Friendship loses or Guest Star loses, it could potentially screw around with the bracket in its entirety here. But we are going to see both barriers open, and currently a bit of stalemate here as we're just getting into the second point, getting going.
But a KO comes out against Profanity on Spark of Friendship. The hook into flip almost finds the goal, but the strike shot being opted for Mycotic here means that goal will not go in. And with the flip from Life coming out, the offense from Guest Star not able to find anything coming up here, but the primary catches the clear from Linky Fox, who strikes it right into it, and now ties up the set here. A 1-1 for Guest Star in this what could be quite an interesting set in terms of the bracket standings, or the pool standings.
Yeah, and I'm receiving more information about this match, but if both of the two teams lose, so that would be Guest Star. If Guest Star were to lose this match, along with Rastel plus adopted son Ken Clem, MB Current Court has the opportunity to potentially come back in this tournament and go from 1-3 to 2-3, but maybe make it so that they can qualify based on set count. This match means a whole lot here, and I mean it's currently pretty even right now, as only one goal has been scored for each side so far in this match.
And interesting enough, Profanity, despite being on Juno and the double midfield coming out for Spark of Friendship, they're actually opting to keep Profanity forward, despite Juno's range and ability to get there. And the the core flips of Spags looked really good, but not able to make it in Profanity. An unfortunate strike means that they Soren angle their own shot, but Mycotic not able to strike the core there, and Smags is able to get it in around him, threatening now set point for Spark of Friendship.
Yeah, Spark of Friendship, I believe, as I said earlier, they were rocking that double midfielder comp back last week when they qualified. But, I mean, it's working out really well for them so far. They've opened up that first barrier, and that with that Rasmus goalie, they're able to just kind of keep the ball forward a whole lot more of the time and provide that pressure. Because when you don't have a forward score kind of a player, you're going to see a lot more of these offensive passing and team plays, which rather than one person, I kind of like to see because it's two teammates working together in tandem to just kind of pass it around, get the core to themselves, and get the core in the goal.
Core in the goal is the name of the game, but can Gueststar keep this set from going the way of Spark of Friendship, or can Spark of Friendship clinch it out here? Smags pushing forward with the secondary, but not able to find it. Linky Fox down to Smags, but Randor in the right place at the right time with the secondary, the whiplash, or I think what's the secondary called? I forgot. In any case, intercepts the pass, gets the goal, and now it's an even set for both teams here.
Yeah, and the secondary, I believe, is actually called whiplash, with the primary being called pendulum
That's right,
swing.
yeah, okay.
So you were correct there. But we're gonna see the barriers go down first, and oh my gosh, a kill for Linky Fox. A kill on Stagger Swagger is pretty hard to get, but I think the black hole in the middle of the field is gonna be pretty useful for getting those kills, and nothing quite was able to get taken off of it, but Spark of Friendship has been able to show here that they can provide that damage and pressure that they need, while also just kind of being two midfielders chilling. And I mean, Juno, not that offensive or damage based of a character, but still able to feel that damage, get Randor low, and oh my gosh, amazing play, taking out the goalie for the set of Gueststar.
Mycotic just a little too far back, gets nailed by the piercing shot, and with no goalie left, Profanity able just to strike it in. And interestingly, the Timeless hasn't really come into play too much for Profanity here, but still able to make it work, still able to get these goals as necessary, despite some odd strikes. And now we're actually seeing Linky Fox opt for the extra special here. I'm not sure exactly if it's a deny or anything, and with triple Spark on the board, it's going to be difficult for Sparks to have the influence that they have normally. Both Estelles opting for focus and agility, while Randor gets the hot shot and gets the deny away from the Juno. And the Juno, in turn, decides to take nice edge, gives her some speed, gives her some power on those blobs to make sure that she can take advantage of her extremely high core speed. As we see right there, getting a goal, or getting a barrier off of just simply striking it through the secondary of Mako.
Yeah, and I mean, I think maybe the extra special pick was just to leave something open for that Juno to kind of force Randor into taking what Juno loves, which, I mean, arguably, as a Rasmus player, I love seeing that extra special because it's just so useful to kind of pull opponent's way or pull the core to yourself for an easy clear. But it doesn't matter here, as Linky Fox is able to keep it forward to their forwards and able to pass it around, get it in.
Able to get the goal. Pop goes the weasel as Profanity jumps through everybody, makes that strike happen, and catches the entirety of Gueststar off guard, and just sneaks it right past what could have been a potentially easy clear, but just simply because of the surprise factor is able to score the goal. And this Juno is really starting to become a thorn in the side of Gueststar, as both the blobs and the jump strike that she's able to do are just becoming enormous threats. And Gueststar are going to have to find a way around it to make this game go in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, the core control from two midfielders is going to be so much better than the core control of a Rasmussen and Estelle. But oh my gosh, we are going to see there, when you can pass it up to your forward, Rasmus is still very good at kind of that core control kind of play. He's probably the best at being either a midfielder or a brawler. and kind of covering both positions at the same time. But, I mean, as I was saying, you're going to have a lot more of that core control-based play coming up from Spags and Profanity, and right now they're playing it so very well, just able to keep the core away from the forwards of Guest Star here.
Double flip on the side of Guest Star means this offense is going to need to really put in extra hours to get it around this team. Flip opted from Linky Fox to keep the pressure up, keep the pressure going. Mycotic forced to use the flip to keep it out, and another flip forced to keep the pressure away from these Juno slimes. And now with no flips on the side of Guest Star, but a great offensive pressure, means that they're able to get the barrier and potentially the goal here. Yep, Randor wins the strike war against Linky Fox with the whiplash and is able to bounce it off the top corner into the goal. Now threatening their own set point here, and with oh no, they don't have Spark of leadership, but with the Spark user on their team, they can have an Estelle that could get very scary very quickly with the right Spark.
Yeah, and here's the point where I'm going to continue to complain
Ooh,
a little bit more. Oh my gosh.
Hold that thought, though, as the craziest offense ever from Guest Star finds both barriers and on the back of a Mako and snare drums gets in the goal. And a lot of good things here available, Potato Player.
Yeah, but I mean, here is the point where I'm going to complain a little bit about Linky Fox's choice of starting gear, which I'm a big hater of anything other than pauldrons on Rasmus, and you're gonna see we saw it I think twice that set where just the core went past Linky Fox there and they could not get to it or win the strike war because of that size that they do not have. But I'm not gonna yap too hard about it because they've been defending pretty well so far in this match. Unfortunately for them though, they're gonna have to defend even better here if they want to continue to keep this core out of their net and away from them losing this match, because once again, this match means a whole lot for both of these teams, as well as a whole lot for the other teams that are playing in this pool. And I mean, if Linky Fox can't keep it out or doesn't have that size that I love so much to keep it out, it can mean a whole lot for both of these teams.
Some great teamwork coming out from Spark of Friendship there. Profanity opting for the pass into Smags, who had all the cooldowns available, and just a simple Crystal Thorns right at the goalie means that Mycotic doesn't have the answer needed, and the goal goes right in. And interestingly enough, we have some incredible Awakening pickups for both teams, really. Randor getting the quick strikes means he can fight, or they can fight the blobs quite well, which is one of the major reasons why Juno can be such a problem. But with quick strikes, those blobs don't make as much of a difference. However, Profanity finds a jump awakening, and now Juno with any jump awakening is a monster of a character to deal with. Trying to deal with these strikes that are going to come from any angle on a very low cooldown is going to be very tough for the side of Guest Star. So we will see how they're able to use these awakenings, as both teams have a barrier, but a missed strike from Smags means that Randor finds the barrier. Now Randor passing up to try and keep it in Life's possession, but Life missing the Crystal Thorns and not able to find the strike after Profanity means it is now on their own side. And with these snare drums comes out, but the flip has to be used by Linky Fox before it can go into the goal there. And with a flip actually opted from Life now, eaten up by the blob, but the blink and you'll miss it. Randor actually missing the core threw off Linky Fox there and just slides right past them, not able to predict where the core was going to go after the missed pendulum swing.
And with the past few sets where we saw so many powerful awakenings when it comes to core speed going straight to both of these teams, and you're going to see there an amazing strike from Profanity, but you're going to see there just the speed that came out from that core just instantly is going to mean so much for these teams, because now that double midfielder comp is not going to work as well unless he makes solo plays like Profanity just did. Passing is going to be weak now because the core is too fast to really control it between two players.
The speed of Knife's Edge and the jump distance of Explosive Entrance means that Profanity can threaten a goal from basically anywhere on the map. Combined with Estelle's ability to cover any cross, it's going to be very difficult for Mycotic to find any sort of out here. And it's really going to be on the back of the forwards to find the play faster than Juno can make the plays happen for Spark of Friendship. But passing plays coming out here. Life not able to make it there, but the Juno's taking off the map. You know what? You have a problem? Simply KO it. And with no Juno, it's going to be tough for Spark of Friendship to make an offense happen here. Smags and Linky Fox, however, say they don't need an offense. Just defend and wait for the Juno to come back up. And the defense is true. The double strikes, the double goalie proving, but Randor with the quick strikes means that he takes over the game. And Life blinking into Linky Fox's clear means that they tie the set. And this game is going the distance right now.
Yeah, and I mean it's showing. The point showed a little bit of why that Stagger Swagger is going to be so useful, because that is when Profanity was down, died because of that lack of stagger. You just kind of saw that Randor with those quick strikes was able to just dismantle that defense. And I mean, if you can strike it fast enough with those quick strikes and get it past all of them, you're going to be able to score that goal. But it doesn't matter though, as Linky Fox, amazing angle off of that core flip, going to put it in, put them up 2-1 in sets here in this very, very important match.
That was a certified Bertram approved bang moment. Definitely heard the immediate Bertram bang come out from that core flip right through all three characters. Nobody there to make it happen, and Juno rewarded with the 1-2 punch with this set win. Both Rasmuses getting some good size coming out, and a spark because of the sizes there. Life's Estelle now has double spark in strength and agility, and with strength and Deadeye, this Estelle is going to start doing a lot of damage. And with Mycotic getting Fight or Flight, it's going to be a little harder for Profanity and Smags to find these goals against a now pretty fast Mako.
Yeah, and I mean, I love to say it, but Mako's biggest weakness is the fact that she can't be everywhere in the net at once, unlike some other goalie characters. But with that speed, it enables so much more potential to be around the net all the time. And oh my gosh, amazing kill from Profanity. Just oh my gosh, showing so much pressure out of the gate in the set. And now they're looking to take this set and point in match. Two more points left to take this match into their own hands and win this game.
I mean, that was the most thug Juno primary I've ever seen. Walked up and just said, get in your own goal box. This goal is mine. Struck war 2 people. Walked forward, got both barriers, and won a strike war with the slime to get 2 points in the span of less than a minute. Before we could even finish 2 thoughts, they have 2 points. And now they're threatening match point against Guest Star. This 1-2 punch Juno is just going crazy.
And I mean, you said it earlier, but when you're able to just cover the entire map with that Juno, you can cover the entire map and threaten so many different places. But Randor with the quick strikes is showing that he may be down, but is not currently out. And we're going to keep going in this set, in this match. Profanity with the core flip going to open up the goal.
That was almost insane.
Open nets for both sides. This could be really dangerous here for the side of Guest Star.
Guest Star not able to find the play with Smags there, and Profanity almost getting the goal off the center, and the simple Crystal Thorns across the center means that Mycotic's not able to see it coming and misses the strike, and Smags gets the set point and the game win for Spark of Friendship. If I'm not mistaken, Spark of Friendship was the lower team, or was it Guest Star?
Spark of Friendship was the higher seeded team.
Okay, so all those shakeups we were talking about actually, unfortunately, don't occur this time around because Spark of Friendship take the win there. But this, I believe, should mostly secure their spot in, at least have a really, really, really good chance to get into the finals. And unfortunately, some of those teams that were looking like some nice wild cards are now officially eliminated. But the double midfield proving to be a little too much for the defense of Mycotic's Mako. And Life and Randor not able to take advantage of their speed advantage with the Stagger Swagger, and to get rid of this Juno who didn't take Stagger Swagger. And unfortunately for them, the Juno was able to just take over the game. A single Dash Awakening and 1-2 punch means the Juno is able to just play the game she wants and make sure that she gets to make the opponent's lives hell with the slimes with the jumps. As we see, a lot of these replays are just simply jump strikes or coverage from a cell after Juno had already made the plays happen. So just well played from Spark of Friendship, proving that friendship really is magic and can net you a potential win in OSAS, or at the very least getting into the finals.
Yeah, and I mean now Spark of Friendship, I believe, is gonna be locked in for this true finale here, and now we are gonna see Spark of Friendship, yeah, locking in that 4-1 set count to end this off. Seraphim Sanguine Orpal also has 3-1 currently playing their final match against Rastel plus Adopted Son Kenclam. And then we have Guest Star, who just lost their match to be 2-3 here. And then Rastel plus Adopted Son Kenclam 2-2 currently in their match as well. And then MB Current Core and Seraphim Crimson currently playing each other to potentially qualify here or put themselves in a spot for qualification.
Qualify indeed, but we will have to wait and see how some of these other matches play out here in this final pool. But stay tuned. The Season 5 finale, Day 1, will be back in a few short minutes. And we are back with Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 5 finale. Entering now into the brackets. The pools are done. The teams have qualified. Sitting pretty in the winners final is Animal Style OSAS versus Spark of Friendship. And in the losers corner final, we have Ristel plus Adopted Ken Clam versus Chikara Money. And our current match that's about to be streamed, which is Chikara Clinkers versus Seraphim Sanguine Urpal. And they have opted to actually play this match out tonight, whereas the other teams have opted to wait until next week. Indeed, I can keep talking mute Saya. So Saya is getting some mic things figured out. But
I'm so back.
He is so back.
Okay.
And you were saying?
So basically, a big thing here is these are two teams that have had very different paths through their respective groups. The Clinkers squeaked out through a set count tiebreaker all the way up to second in the group. Could have been as low as fourth if their games didn't go as well, even with the same win-loss ratio, while Seraphim Sanguine Urpal at the last possible moment, a close loss to Rastel dropped them down to third instead of second, which is why these two are facing off here.
Yeah, some crazy upsets today have really kind of shaken up the brackets. In fact, earlier we were just talking about it, how the Pool B, if it had a couple wins go the wrong direction for certain teams, a 2-3 team could have potentially qualified off of the right set count as well. So just an absolute mess of a wild card games today, but some teams clinched some wins that were admittedly on the expected side at the end of the day, but able to clinch those wins means that those teams were not able to qualify, and we got a little bit more of an expected turnout in terms of the teams. And now we're getting in here with the specialized training Unstoppable start, seeing the Kai and Luna ban.
This is going to be an interesting one. The spec training probably not going to be opted for too much, right? Kine probably going to take the Unstoppable. Captain Yes, it's up in the air. But these goalies are going to have such an easier time doing their thing with this Unstoppable. It is so much hard to stop, especially for characters like the Juliet and the Rasmus, to the point where I think that in this first game of this best of three, the Chikara Clinkers might struggle a little because Juliet and Rasmus really hate trying to score on Unstoppable.
These goalies may prove to be unstoppable at the end of the day, Saya. We will see how these teams are able to get around it, as only one person opts to not use Unstoppable. Captain Yez, Shadows of Captain Falcon there, I think, with that name, is the only one opting for the specialized training here. And however, I think Seraphim Sanguine Urpal's chances are a lot higher in seeing this double barrier come out, as both Aimi and Now have very good ways to clear Unstoppable and don't really care about it as much as Rasmus and Juliet.
Yeah, and now Efster dribbling, trying to press up. This Seraphim Sanguine Urpal team has been excellent in the individual performances, and this game is no different, as Kurohiro just wards away True Unicorn and just slams the core sideways, but True Unicorn, the dash into strike. A great play to get around the Mako. If you can't stuff it through, then just get around the goalie. But Efster slips the core right past Izuna in position to make a play, but Kiane, on the other hand, playing such a defensively less stellar goalie like Era. The strikes have to be on point, and so far the strikes have been really on point, but a great passing play bypasses the strikes entirely. Izuna with the first goal of this set.
And what's effectively a double midfield versus 1.5 brawlers on the side of Chikara Clinkers, with an Era Hoot to buff up that size and speed for the typically slow brawlers, means that the core control is going to be favored for the Seraphim Sanguine Urpal. And it's going to really come down to how well can Captain Yes set up One True Unicorn's Juliet for these goals. But against a Mako with Unstoppable, it's going to be very tough for Clinkers to find any ground here, I think.
Oh, Kurohiro does it again! I swear this happened in one of the OSAS weeklies as well. I'm not sure if it was Kurohiro, but I'm pretty sure. Hits the angle around the barrier, and if it was Kurohiro, that's the second time in the same series of tournament. It has to be intentional at that point.
Possibly intentional. I do remember that game and that exact instance, but I do not remember who's the one that did it. And with One Tree Unicorn being put in kind of jail here, opting to use the ultimate, not able to find it here, these brawlers are having trouble getting through this Mako, like we've been talking about. The Unstoppable just a little too powerful.
Yeah, but Kine also benefiting, setting up True Unicorn, but a great strike war by Kurohiro up to Azuna, interrupted yet again. The bewitching beams from Kine have been on point over and over, but that strike shot goes wide, but Kine pushing up so well. It's like, this isn't even like the OSAS that I expected with how Kiyone's playing, and True Unicorn getting around Evster and Kurohiro. That Unstoppable still there on Evster. True Unicorn just maneuvered the core around it.
Well, one of the major downfalls of that Mako goalie is that she can kind of be on the slow side. Not able to buff her own speed while using the secondary means she's basically has roughly the speed of Atlas, and we all know how slow Atlas can feel sometimes. And with that weakness of Mako available, the Rasmus with the Era speed can help One Tree Unicorn find other positions that aren't just right through the goalie. And it's going to be up to them to find those positions to make these goals happen.
Evster with the flip, blocked away by Kine yet again on the top side, playing carefully, but Azuna burns the flip. Both barriers taken, well worth it for Seraphim Sanguine Orpo as Evster is pushing forward, but the strike war won by Kine yet again. Captain Yes there to assist as well, but you got to be so careful around these players. A great clear, good patience coming out from the Chikara Clinkers, but they're not out of danger just yet. True Unicorn taken extremely low, staggered even as Evster pushes forward, but the strike misses just barely, and True Unicorn still alive, still able to make a play here, but has to be so careful while doing it. The NATO comes through, but still defended away. Evster comes back to help, and the flip is burned from Kine. Now True Unicorn on the top side trying to push forward. Captain Yes, but another strike by Kurohiro defends it. Yet again, Seraphim Sanguine Orpo not letting this barrier go down no matter what, and now in such a good spot, but Kine with the strike shot will keep this point alive.
Keeping the point alive, but the pressure of the Aimi and the Now is going to be too much for this Era, and sure enough, the Evster primary comes out and gets it right around the Era, who basically had no realistic clear angle there, and just taking advantage of the fact that Era doesn't have the defensive tools that other goalies have. It's going to kind of be Era's downfall in this matchup against Aimi and Now, two of the most pestering midfielders in the game.
Yeah. Against more traditional brawlers, the Era goalie Shrink feels much more valuable than these two midfield characters that will just dance around it, will make the Era's life so much harder, will just score around the Era. And Kine's going to have to do a lot of work here with the barriers down, but once again, Evster reads Kine like a book and sends it right to Azuna.
Right to Azuna and right to the set point. Evster rightfully claiming the MVP spot here and being rewarded with kind of whatever they want. With the Monumentalist up, it's going to be forced to be denied by Kione, and the Aimi can kind of just choose whatever she wants here. She can opt to get rid of the Stagger Swagger, she can go for the Blink range, opting for the Blink range. Monu deny, unsurprisingly come out. Size deny, unsurprisingly coming out against the Brawler composition. And really, kind of, not necessarily pick of the litter, not really much left for this Juliet. It's 3 of possibly her worst awakenings in the game, opting to go Among Us Juliet. So now we have Mosquito Juliet on the field, as she is going to be very fast but very small.
True Unicorn, though, I feel like has gone this before to pretty decent success, and if your strikes are accurate enough, it could make the difference if your placement is good enough, especially against Mako, right? It's not that bad of a pick against this matchup in particular, because dash punching the Mako is going to be hard in general, and doubly so with Unstoppable, so why not just give up that entirely? But as I say that, they might have to give up this point because there's a power play on the board. Evster there for the follow-up, and that's another goal to Seraphim Sanguine Orpo. They are not slowing down on their map pick.
Unfortunately, it turns out that Now and Aimi do a lot of damage, and the damage coming through for the side of Seraphim Sanguine Orpo means that it's going to be even harder for these brawlers to find these things. And a simple Dorito, that is the most poisoned Dorito I've ever seen, as it just completely eats the life away from Captain Yes. And now it's yet another power play for these two midfielders that are already proving troublesome for Chikara Clinkers.
It's going to be a difficult game ahead of them, but do they have what it takes? True Unicorn trying to get in there, but a good flip by Kurohiro will keep the danger away again and again as Efster drops back to help defend. Captain Yes in position. True Unicorn actually finds the core slipping out, catches the rebound for the barrier, has the flip available, and Captain Yes on the breakaway, but Efster interrupts. Down to True Unicorn, flip available in front of the net, deflected away by Kurohiro, doesn't even flinch, and Azuna, the center popped. That's a crazy goal for Seraphim Sanguine Orpal. They're 2-0 up. They're looking to take this game in record speed.
Record speed indeed, and just a clever play using the middle there to keep the ball forward, keep it out of the hands of Chikara Clinkers, and just force an additional just forward momentum on the core. Sometimes that's all you need, is just to get the core towards the enemy goal, and if they're not able to deal with wherever you decided to hit it, it's just a free goal sometimes. And using that center so cleverly means that Seraphim Sanguine Urpal are almost feels like they're game to lose right now.
True Unicorn trying to have to say something about it, but it's going to have to be much quicker than that, because even with this net open, Orpal still feel like they're in control with Efster. That core flip play, the self-pass, Efster now in there. Not quite enough that time, but still pushing forward as Efster continues to maintain possession. Finally, True Unicorn the 1v1, but Kurohiro has not lost these a single time so far this game. Finally, True Unicorn uses the speed to get a little bit ahead of the play. That's a point on the board for the Chikara Clinkers. They're still in this. They could still make it happen, but the road ahead of them just seems so long.
It's long and arduous, Saya, but with enough size from this Bewitching Beam and potentially grabbing a Size Awakening later from a good draft, One True Unicorn could become a Juliet with speed, one of the scariest things in this game. And a missed strike from Kurohiro means the second barrier is going to fall, and this is their opportunity to try and come back in the set.
They can do it. Captain Yaz up to True Unicorn, going for the dash strike, but not quite hitting it that time. And that missed opportunity might come back to haunt the Chikara Clinkers, because Azuna's in position as flip available. Efster jumping in, another chance for True Unicorn and Yez, but no, not quite. Another flip goes through, another barrier taken, 1 point away as True Unicorn tries to win the interaction. It's not quite enough as Azuna finds the perfect angle to the very edge of the net. Another set, 2-0 for Seraphim Sanguine Orpal.
An absolutely commanding presence right now from the side of Seraphim Sanguine Urpal, and I think this era is really starting to haunt Chikara Clinkers against this double midfield composition. I don't remember the pick order, so I don't remember if Era was first pick, but I think that Kione might be regretting picking this era here against these double midfielders, as it's just become quite a struggle. But with Twin Drive active, the era might be able to keep the speed up for this Rasmus, for this Julia, and make the plays happen. Not too much coming for the side of Seraphim Sanguine Urpal aside from the quick strikes on Azuna, which could prove pretty fatal against Captain Yes's Rasmus in the midfield, but we'll have to see how things shape up.
Efster going a bit of an orange build right now, but what I want to talk about is Kurohiro. Denied the size away. But more importantly, Mako is a character that gets so much easier to play with sides, especially against the minuscule Julia. Kurohiro is going to be winning every single interaction, not just 90% of them now. And with Azuna getting the strikes like that, it's so scary for Chikara Clinkers. A perfectly placed primary, and Azuna continuing to threaten along with Efster, but this time, another chance for the Chikara Clinkers. Can they make something happen here as Captain Yez looks for the play as Kione sends it forward? Captain Yez dribbling it around, but Kurohiro just has so much reach with all these Mako abilities, and Kione is going to have to play really actively to try and make these saves.
Making their saves indeed, but Kione using the Magical Maelstrom, wow, I couldn't remember the name, well, to defend there against Izuna's now, but I think one of the things that we forgot to comment on is just the sheer speed that Mako secondary and now secondary are able to create. Look how fast this now is between quick strikes, the slick kicks, and the extra speed from Mako and now means it's going to be tough for the double brawler to keep up with Sanguine Urpal's team.
Yeah, and the concept is to make up for that speed with that era, but when your opponents have that much more core control, it's so hard. The possession for Chikara Clinkers has not really come in at all this game, which is so rough. This double midfield Mako team might not be a common composition at all, but in this particular matchup, looking stellar. Unfortunately though, with the now gone, now it's time for Captain Yes to do some magic in the top side. Has a flip available, True Unicorns there for the 2 barriers taken, and they're pushing in for the gold. They need to take this as soon as possible to start a comeback, to start something, but it's defended away by Kurohiro, and now Azuna's turn to play with the quick strikes. Evster with the flip available as well, and maybe the window has closed.
Window may have closed, and with the Monumentalist, not Bewitching Me, Magical Maelstrom down, Kione not having a lot to deal with. This flip from Evster proves to be fatal, as Evster is able to find the flip past Kione during the wind-up of Bewitching Beam, and now threatening match point already in this first game of this best of 3.
Oh, but don't say it's over yet, because that's 2 barriers taken in an instant. One on the other side, but True Unicorn's positioning for a pass. The pass up, True Unicorn passing down, but Captain Yes stuck between 2 players, 2 midfielders even, and now Azuna on the other side, moving so quickly. That move speed you talked about coming into play, a flip, but this time it's a little bit off target, and True Unicorn gets another chance to play as Captain Yes gets the core on the bottom side, elusives the cyber swipe, stays alive for a little while longer as True Unicorn trying to get into position, and Captain Yes picks up the core, but can't find a passing angle, going for a solo play, trying to stall out Kurohiro, but it won't be enough. The defense so solid for Seraphim, Segu, and Orpal as they continue to defend. Kione to Captain Yes, Evster gets possession. You gotta be so careful here as True Unicorn has enough speed to drop back to defend, but using that Flame Flurry in midfield is not what you want to see. An important scoring tool fallen by the wayside now as Captain Yes pushes forward yet again, but Kurohiro just sitting pretty comfortably, defending away from the pendulum swing as well, but winning the strike wars. Another glitch pop comes out, and now Captain Yes has to make something happen here, but Kurohiro has flipped. It's going to be so difficult.
Unfortunately, not in position is Kurohiro, as the long range dash punch to get it past Evster means Kurohiro's not in range to hit that flip. But a flip saved means another chance for Sanguine Urpal to take this first game. And by having this energy, they threaten this era even more. But no threat is without their own, as trading of strikers. I can't even get my sentence out, and people are just falling by the wayside. Look at this.
Every time you talk, people get KO'd, and now with True Unicorn looking a little bit of live, and Kurohiro without that recovery drone, it's a bit of an opportunity here, but Azuna with the quick strikes keeping possession for what seems like forever. A good flip. Kione responding in kind, trying to get a double barrier here, but the core will get stalled on the top side. Azuna now pressuring as Evster maintains possession so well in the midfield. True Unicorn up close though. Barrier taken, a chance for the Chikara Clinkers to make this comeback, to make the dream happen. The Unstoppable is burned. The flip is good. It's 2-2. It's 0.5. A chance for the Chikara Clinkers right now to try and start this reverse sweep.
Stagger, swagger, slick kicks, and the era speed means this Rasmus is kind of eaten good in the neighborhood and is able to make these passes happen for this Juliet, who had flip at the right time in the right place. But double barrier coming out for Sanguine Urpal. They threaten yet another game point here. Flip right on the core line, and they just get it right past the era. Once again, stuck in the primary animation. And a very clean 3-0 for the most part, minus that last set for Sanguine Urpal. It's going to be up to Clinkers to see if they can turn this around in the upcoming game.
It's tough. I think Sanguine Urpal had a very good read on the Chikara Clinkers comp. I think this is a very tough matchup for the Chikara Clinkers, especially like the player matchup, the picks. And even though the entire team of Chikara Clinkers performed very well that game, I think they... This is pretty rare for OSAS, but I think they kind of lost in the character select screen. The game was just that much harder for them, but that's also a good sign for the next game, because they're going to their pick. They are going to Night Market, where they will be more comfortable here, and that means they have another chance. And with how good they've been playing, you know, anything can happen in this next game.
Anything can happen indeed, and I think one of the major things was just simply the Unstoppable being there means that double brawler composition was just not going to get the level of value that the double midfield would had on the era. Just not able to get around Maka, who already has enough tools to deal with Juliet on her own. Having the Unstoppable means that Juliet is not getting the job done where she needs to, despite the power of Juliet's scoring potential. But with a new Awakening set coming up on the next game, they have the opportunity to threaten a better game more in their favor with the right Awakening set. But we'll see if Sanguine Urpil can adjust their game if Clinkers are able to run a similar composition with the right Awakening set to give them a harder time. And it's really kind of coming down to if Clinkers can make the adjustment more so than Sanguine Urpil can, or will Sanguine Urpil kind of just roll over with this and take this nice win into loser semis.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. The Unstoppable combined with the draft. Yeah, Car Clinkers definitely got pretty unlucky there in that first game, but as long as there's not an Unstoppable start next game, I think they'll be chilling. I think it'll be a pretty good game for them, but we have gotten Spark of Leadership starts 3 games, 4 games in a row before, so they are not safe from John Odyssey's random number generator. This could be another Unstoppable game. But Night Market, their pick, I think they'll be looking a lot more comfortable in that particular game, especially because Kiane, that era goalie, has been looking very, very good.
Yeah, when the core got to Kione, I think that they played quite well in certain scenarios. Sometimes opting for the Bewitching Beam in the face of a core flip, but you have to try and use the tools at your disposal to give yourself as much of an advantage as possible. And with most people nowadays waiting on their flips, it's no surprise that the Bewitching Beam came out both those instances. And unfortunately, just punished by a slightly faster flip than most people are used to seeing nowadays. But I think in general, overall, a solid defense from the side of the era who doesn't have a ton of tools. And I think, number one, they were able to use the Magical Maelstrom quite well in the defensive aspect and even scored a few KOs. I'm not sure how intentional, but solid enough in the defense while also snagging a KO means that you take pretty much the entirety of all offensive pressure off of you. And if they're able to do this again on one of Era's favorite maps, it could spell much better chances for Clinkers here.
Yeah, and with this primetime extra special start, they're definitely feeling a lot more comfortable here, banning away the Luna, taking that off the field immediately. But Kai also taken away. We might be seeing a bit of a repeat on the Rasmus here, the Juliet era Rasmus coming out. But on the side of Seraphim Sanguine Orpal, their picks, I'm not so sure about. Probably the Mako still, but other than that, is it just going to be the now Aimee again? If it ain't broke.
I would suspect if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now with Primetime and Aimee with extra special are very scary. But we are on a very brawler favored map. This Juliet, who's normally known to not be a fast character, if they're able to maintain mid control, then the speed factor that the Mako is able to provide will be mostly negated. And with the KO potential that a Juliet can have, as well as a Juliet now having extra special, means the scoring potential is much higher than the previous game.
Yeah, but keep in mind, these are 2 midfielders, both with primetime. Evster's glitch pops have had Kiane's number last game, and I think we're looking at a bit of a repeat so far if Captain Yes and True Unicorn can't get in position. But
what a strike.
I will not judge too harshly by the first set, because this era needs time to scale. The Juliet and the Rasmus need some awakenings to really keep up, but maybe not as True Unicorn gets in there and Captain Yes sends it forward yet again. Kurohiro with the defense, but it's going to be really difficult, especially after that pull. But Evster gets the strike just in time to send it away, and a great glitch pop as well. Kurohiro positioning so close to the back of the net, but crazy patience from Captain Yes, waits out absolutely everybody to move to the bottom side of the net, and then strikes.
I mean, Captain Yes going for the reverse Falcon Punch there, slowing down the play just ever so slightly and throwing Izuna and Evster off guard means they just find a clean shot between the entirety of the defense. But now Captain Yes is actually being pressured by this team, and we'll see if they can maintain control or be knocked off the pitch.
Yeah, as one of the more well-known players once told me, primetime is less damage, but it's 2 entire abilities, which is why we're seeing the stagger so dangerously low for these teams. But I don't know. Wait, no, I mean high, because Omega Striker's terms are just like that. Stagger is high and something. Yeah, but
Something, something.
True Unicorn has been getting these KOs, not stagger based, but just from knockback alone. And if those can happen, if those can equalize the damage, it could be huge for them as Kione finds a way to get the core out yet again. But this time Azuna's moving too fast, reads the movement, and Kione's going to have to make a lot more saves to get out of this sticky situation.
I will say, though, the primetime era has been paying dividends for Kione here, finding a lot of clears just simply because they have the primetime up and available. Able to get it around these characters after the shrink, or using the shrink as just an additional strike to keep it out of the hands of these forwards.
Unicorn in there, Captain Yes with the dribble. Izuna intercepts though from the top ropes with the speed. Wins the strike war and catches Captain Yes off guard. You can't dribble in front of your open net like that.
An unfortunate dribble and an unfortunate intercept means Kione just not able to find that bewitching beam in time. And a nice goal for Izuna, also strike warring that hook and getting around the magical maelstrom. Why can't I remember that name tonight? But anyway, the flamethrower though, however, coming for One True Unicorn means the barriers are open for Clinkers to try and score another goal here in this first set.
Every time True Unicorn has gotten the core in front of the barriers, it felt like a barrier take every single time. Against the open net, however, it's a bit more difficult as Kurohiro managing to defend with the entire team dropping back. It's like the Avengers, they've all arrived, and the flip will send it up again. True Unicorn in position, but a great primary by Kurohiro and a good flip by Efster will send it up again as Izuna and Kione in the 1v1, but Izuna wins it again. Izuna just had Kione's number this entire series so far, and once again just mixes Kione up. Like, this era goalie pick is so volatile, right? You get the speed, and Kione has had crazy defensive performances, but when the opposing midfielder has your number like this, the weaknesses really start to show.
Well, now notoriously low cooldown character means she's able to really take advantage of this prime time and just have additional Dorito mix-ups basically for these scoring potentials, and one of the best users of the strike primary combination to make sure that she wins interactions. Izuna really kind of basically playing a pseudo Rasmus here with the speed, and the triangle gets the KO there as well. But oh, True Unicorn almost gets it there, but not able to find it.
Yeah, with how this game is going, I kind of question the Luna ban, because I don't think the Luna would have made the difference. In fact, I think if the Luna was picked by Kurohiro, I think the game would have been easier for the Clinkers. They're banning with the Luna and leaving the now up for Izuna, who is looking so comfortable on this pick. Like, this is really, really tough, and this draft's not going to help too much either. Of course, very powerful picks are available for basically everyone here, but with Timeless Creator, you've already seen a lot of people randomly dying to the Doritos, and additionally, like, there's just not anything crazy good for the Clinkers to pick up. Sure, to Castellast, but this is on goalie era, and Castellast is a shadow of its former self. The 1-2 punch denied away by Evster. This is tough.
I will say, though, any additional speed on the Juliet, on the Rasmus, is going to help them keep the core down the field where it needs to be for these brawlers. And with One True Unicorn picking up the Stagger Swagger, no longer are they threatened by this just absolutely cooldown obsessive team, I guess you could say. And now with this Juliet having speed, she can make even more plays faster down the field and make sure that this double midfield pressure can't overwhelm the era before they can overwhelm the defense of Kurohiro.
Yeah, this Mako goalie looking really good for Kurohiro, and Izuna winning yet another strike war. A great setup there to get the slow core. Kione desperately defending, sending it away from the core flip. Good defense, but how long can it last against this core flip point blank? But that's a crazy good hook from Captain Yez. Sets it up perfectly to block any flip angle from Izuna, but Izuna has one more try, this time saved away by Kione, and True Unicorn somehow manages to slip it by Kurohiro. The Juliet makes the play again. Kione has the flip, but a great shot by Evster to the bottom corner doesn't even give the era a chance to use that energy burst, and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal just have such good control over this game.
Really good presence of mind from Evster there as well, realizing that they've been mixed up by Izuna so much that all they have to do is just stay right in the middle for any sort of clear and catch it with either the Aimi primary or just a simple strike. And a simple strike was all it took to get it past the Era, who has no way to get down to that core fast enough for that flip. Very good play from Evster, I think, in that position to secure that goal for their team.
Oh, and Kiane did the night market angle. Not what you want to see there, but one berry taken by True Unicorn on the other side. They're trying to make something happen here, but it's going to take a lot more than that, especially with Evster ruling the midfield like this. No space available as Azuna gets to the other side, and Evster continues to push the core forward. Finally, a Cyber Swipe leaves an opening for Captain Yes to send it to True Unicorn, but the ensnared drums make sure that space is all blocked out as Kiane trying to find something, but the Arenado not doing too much. Finally, the punch is good from True Unicorn, but Azuna dribbling to the top side with the flip available. A good pull from Captain Yes will halt it for now as Kiane strike shots the core away, but Evster is there on the follow-up. If Azuna is not enough, then Evster is there as well as Kurohiro. What a great save to the other side of the goal.
Dash Punch not able to secure it means One True Unicorn doesn't have a great scoring opportunities right now against Kurohiro. And what a strike by Kurohiro to get it past the Flame Flurry of One True Unicorn. And now this Julia is kind of want for abilities at this point, and it's Izuna's game to kind of have this core control, and an unfortunate dribble right to the now, but Izuna's not able to take advantage of it. This is just going back and forth with the battle of the blunders, Saya.
Yeah, not the finest point by both of these teams, but Kurohiro is still performing, continuing to make these saves. And Azuna makes up for any past missed shots with the great angle, threads the needle between the hook and the wall. 2-0 up, and it's looking like a repeat of the last game.
An impressive strike from Izuna means that they're able to just somewhat thread the needle. Not a decently forgiving shot, I think, but for the most part, still a very good placement of that strike to find the goal and secure this point, and now threaten yet another set for this double midfield composition, who could very easily just deny the Brawlers anything they want and still have the game to themselves.
Evster and Azuna pushing up again. Kiane trying to send it away, but the glitch pop covers, the strike covers. So much space taken up by these midfielders of Sanguine Orpal. It's so oppressive. And Azuna to the top side just waits it out. Sends it to the bottom. Captain Yes in a tough situation. And Azuna's already foreseen that the Timeless Creator now primary. 3-0, 2-0 up in sets. Seraphim Sanguine Orpal. This could be the set to send them further in the bracket.
Frankly, this game has really realistically looked
Monumentalist!
Like Monumentalist, Timeless era, or not era, but now, I mean, this could just spell absolute disaster for Clinkers. In fact, it actually does spell absolute disaster for Clinkers, because how do you deal with this now? No pun intended.
And denying away the explosive entrance from the Aimi means that Evster gets quick strikes, and I think that was the pick that you should have gone, because explosive entrance Aimi is good and all, but quick strikes on a midfielder that's already been out midfielding your entire team is just going to be too overwhelming. And with this last draft, I think their fate is sealed. Kurohiro is not relenting on these saves. The midfield is completely locked up by Azuna and Evster. It's going to be really difficult.
Difficult indeed, but if they're able to catch Izuna during these dribble plays, during the times that they have control of the core and able to snipe it away, they can make it work like that. But Izuna is just finding the core at every opportunity, not even necessary having the quick strikes Aimi behind them. And with these triangles and with these mix-ups, it's realistically Izuna's game to lose. And even with this Aimi gone, I'm not sure how they get it past this Timeless Monu now.
Timeless Monu now with the core flip available just stalls out so many seconds of the respawn timer, but the ensnare drums go wide. A big chance for Chikara Clinkers to find their way back into this game. Captain Yes trying to push up, but interrupted by Evster. The quick strike Aimi in position to firewall sentry as well. Kiane forced to burn the flip, an important resource gone for the goalie of the Chikara Clinkers. True Unicorn pushing forward with a dash punch, but it won't be enough as Captain Yes finds a great back pass, but it's intercepted by Evster yet again. This Aimi's been a menace in the midfield as Captain Yes tries to find a pendulum swing, but it's cleared away again by Seraphim Sanguine Orpal. Kurohiro down to Evster, looking for a pass up to Azuna, who gets there in time. Evster now, but Captain Yes wins the critical strike word to keep this game alive. Azuna now with a massive secondary, but gets KO'd by True Unicorn. The win condition for the Chikara Clinkers are these KOs, but can they find the clear through? Kiane, no, into the firewall sentry. Not what you want to see here, and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal are just 2 points away.
Hack unsuccessful as that firewall keeps Kione out and keeps the core in their own net. And then unfortunately, Izuna kind of the carry right now. Not to discredit Efster's play, but Izuna really just putting on a masterclass against in this OSAS play, getting taken off there and now actually getting another KO, but getting taken off there and unfortunately just ruined by a single firewall sentry shot for the side of Clinkers. And with no Rasmus, it's going to be tough for them to make this offense happen, but they make the defense work with the Era and the Juliet, and as they push forward, the flip has to come out to defend these barriers.
That's a bit of the individual plays coming in. No communications, no team comms mean that 2 flips are wasted. But the way that Seraphim Sanguine Orpal are playing right now, they don't need those 2 flips. They don't even need 1, it feels like, with True Unicorn low, with Izuna controlling the core around absolutely everybody. But Captain Yes on the breakaway, looking for the bottom barrier, gets it to True Unicorn. But the Mako defense, just too good from Kurohiro. Captain Yes, though, with the midfield outplay, with the NATO coming in. But again, the barrier will not be taken. The flip will be burned. The KO will be found onto True Unicorn as Izuna is pushing up Efster as well. And this open net seems so fragile when Izuna will just win those strike wars, send it right through. The Bewitching Beam doesn't even have time to activate.
I mean, look how fast Izuna was there. Grabbing middle, getting now secondary, and Mako secondary means they basically nothing personnel kitted that core, and we're already there in the face of Captain Yes, who had no time, no chance to even react to that play.
True Unicorn now pushing forward, getting 1 barrier really quickly. This is what the Chikara Clinkers need for the ultimate reverse sweep. Down 0-2-0-2. They have to make something happen, and they have to make something happen quick. True Unicorn trying to send it through, but you can't just strike through a Mako. That's a missed opportunity right there, as Izuna will not let these go, but maybe this is the one miss that they have, because that barrier is still standing for Kiane. Captain Yes clearing it away from the firewall sentry. The mistakes of the past not repeated. True Unicorn up, trying to send it through, but another one of those ensnare drums will make sure that the barrier still stands on the barrier on the other side, taken by Izuna. Efster with the flip available. Kiane has only a strike available, and Seraphim Sanguine Orpal will punch their ticket in to the top 4.
Just incredible play from Sanguine Urpal there, able to just kind of work around this double brawler composition, even on the map famous for its double brawlers, maybe falling a little bit out of favor in recent times, but just able to make this now IME work, and being able to pepper this Juliet. I mean, look at this poor Juliet, walking away with 59 redirects, just barely able to play the game in the first place, and anytime One True Unicorn got it, outside of the first set, it was just Kurohiro using ensnare drums or various cooldowns to keep it away, or even one of Efster is Izuna just coming back using the night market speed to come back, play that second goalie, and make sure that it never got past their own goalie. I mean, look at this. The goalie had the least redirects on the team, Saya. That's insane.
Yeah, and Chikara Clinker is not a weak team by any means, but as you go deeper into OSAS, certain teams kind of get exposed a little bit. And even though individually, like Chikara Clinkers, all great players, they really can only play one style as a team. They can only really play that era with the Juliet, the era goalie in particular. And in this particular matchup, Seraphim Sanguine Orpal's most comfortable characters were just the complete counter. Kind of feels bad, but this is what kind of happens when you're near the top of OSAS. Indeed.
Some of the strengths of a lot of teams in OSAS, like you said, start to become exposed when the less rounded teams kind of have already shown their hand, and teams are able to either ban it out, or they're able to work around said strategy. And in this case, Sanguine Urpal finding this double midfield composition and playing it to their absolute strengths against the double brawlers means that they're able to find a pretty clean, I believe that was a 6-0 in a best of 3, and just showing how versatile that they can be despite having a lot of character specialists on their team.
Yep. Well, with that, congratulations to Seraphim Sanguine Orpal for their top 4 performance, and we'll see you next week for more OSAS. Nubsa, anything to say before we end stream?
If you want to be in OSAS, be sure to participate in OSAS Season 6 when it comes out, I believe in about a month or so, maybe a little bit longer. And if you feel like you want to make that extra step forward in your game in Omega Strikers, exclamation point coaching. Free coaching is available using the coaching Discord to improve your game. And a lot of these OSAS teams have coaches that help them out to improve their game, improve their team play, or even just their individual play. So seek out coaching, seek out ways to improve if you're looking to improve, and continue to play.
Well, we're out of here. Goodbye.
Goodbye.